In 2013, Magnus Carlsen became the world chess champion. And at that time, at only 10 years old, Alireza Firouzja had only played the game of chess for 1 year. And here we are, 10 years later. It is the perfect finish to the Julius Baer Generations Cup with a match between the 20-year-old Firouzja and 32-year-old Magnus Carlsen. A big welcome, everyone, to the grand final of the Julius Baer Generation Cup.
Jordan seems to be doing everything right, but not anymore.
He blundered his knight.
Whoa.
It's full of traps. You saw the reaction. He's like, oh, crap, here we go. Like, what has this kid got in store?
It's got to be a checkmate, right? I mean, that king, it's got to go. Oh, there it is. It's checkmate.
That's
oh, my wow. Did he just miss that?
Checkmate on the board. Eduardo Terzaga reacts. He celebrates. seconds of the clock and Wesley blunders with 3 seconds. He walks into a pin. And he makes a blunder.
No, he takes the bait.
Checkmating, it's on the board, Simon.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my God, and we have a winner.
I am stepping in for Tanya today, and it is a big pleasure to be here in the studio with your chess experts, Grandmaster David Howell, Grandmaster Simon Williams, and International Master Jovanka Hauska. It is the final day of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. David, what do you expect from the grand final today?
First of all, Kaya, welcome back.
Thank you.
So good to have you. It's the original team back together again.
It really is.
And what better day? It's a big final. I'm expecting it to be dramatic no matter what. It always is when these two play each other. And Magnus might start as the favourite, but it will be fire on the board.
Yeah, and Simon, Magnus, he's coming from that World Cup win. He has only lost one game in this tournament this week. He seems like he's just not slipping up. What would you say about the version we're seeing of Magnus Carlsen right now?
It's a pretty good version.
Yeah.
It's like the ultimate version, I think. And he's just so good. I mean, like you say, he's just won the World Cup. And I don't know where he gets his motivation from, because he did that tweet where he said chess completed.
Yeah.
And he's basically completed everything, but he continues to play great chess and to win everything. So, yeah, incredible play from him.
And Alireza Firouzja, he needs to be motivated today to be able to beat Magnus Carlsen, not only in one match, he will have to win 2 matches, Jovanka. What do you expect from the young Frenchman today?
Well, it sounds like this is a bit of a mission impossible, right? He has to beat Magnus twice. But we have seen some minor slip-ups from Magnus. He has blundered on occasion. And I think Alireza Firouzja, with his dynamic style, should just come in with a fine-tuned opening repertoire. He has the right strategy. He has to mix it up. He has to initiate chaos. He has to just have that touch of solidity with the black pieces.
Yeah. And yesterday's day 4 was all about finding out who from the losers bracket would make it to the grand final to face Magnus Carlsen today. And in the losers semi-final, Abdusattorov got off to a bad start.
This is just beautiful from Dennis again. I've used that word too many times, beautiful, but in this game, but it's just so harmonious. Look at how these pieces combine, and G5, like you say, is it just unstoppable here? I just don't see any way. Ooh.
And he makes a move with less than a second on the clock. He does come up with the king. David, is there a finish blow? I do see a check on this is incredible technique by Denis Lazovic. Placing the queen, taking care of all the checks, and now we're going to see a mate on the board. And there it is. Checkmate by Denis Lazovic in game 1. It's going to be king versus king in the end. The black rook's going to give itself up for the pawn. And there it is. Denis Lazovic takes down Nordebek Abdusattorov.
This is the chaos button that he's just pressed. He has one connect for.
Oh my gosh! Under 50 seconds, he plays a move, he immediately reacts, and as does the bar. 1 second, he needs to make a move.
Oi.
Dennis getting very nervous here, not putting this in the back of the net, and this could turn.
Wow, evaluation bar even says that this is level now.
He's a cool customer.
Oh my gosh!
Look at this.
It's turned around. Firouzja, such immense resilience there.
How did he do that?
Yeah, that was magic.
I don't know. I mean, you turn around for a second and
Lazovic just panicked.
It is on the board.
This is... Oh, I'm really happy to see this.
That is it.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable chess here, unfortunately, for Denis Lazovic. After a fantastic run and a big fight, being so close to victory, a couple of inaccuracies, and it is the end of the road for the 16-year-old.
Well, Lazovic, he is still fighting to qualify for the Tour Finals with only one regular event left before we head to Toronto. 8 players will be going there, and most recently, Caruana and So secured their tickets, but 3 spots are still up for grabs. And let's take a look at the unofficial standings. Magnus Carlsen on 475 points, Alireza Firouzja on 150 points. The winner of today's match will gain an additional 50 points, but for Alireza Firouzja, he has to win today's match to be secured one of those spots in Toronto. Otherwise, he will fight with Lazovic in the final event to gain the points he needs to qualify for Toronto. So, David, Firouzja, he must be super motivated to just get the job done today and secure his ticket.
It's a big day for Alireza Firouzja. The good news is, even if Magnus Carlsen does take it, points-wise, he's doing pretty well, Firouzja, and he's guaranteed a spot in Division 1 next time. I think he can play with the pressure off, even though in the back of his mind, Toronto, it's such a big price.
Yeah, and this is a golden opportunity for him, to play in the final against Magnus Carlsen. And if he manages to turn it around, of course, he will get that spot into Toronto.
That's right. It is a big chance, and he's just got to play a little bit more solid, I feel. And I never say that. I never like people playing more solid, but he got a bit crushed in the opening last time, so he needs to change that around a bit in this match.
And the final regular event on the tour, it's only 3 weeks away, actually. It's tight, these events. And that's definitely going to be an exciting one. It should go down to the wire to figure out either the last 2 or 3 spots.
Yeah, I can't wait. There's so much chess this time of year. It's packed the chess calendar.
Yeah.
We know we'll see Magnus there, Firouzja, Denis Lazovic. And I think this match today is going to kind of set up, it's going to build that momentum towards the final now as we build towards the end of the year.
Yeah, definitely. That final is going to be so exciting. I mean, it was that's where last year was where we got hands from, wasn't it? So
yeah,
I wonder what we're going to get this year. So, be interesting. Yeah.
Lots of chess on the board, lots of excitement, and of course the prestige of winning the Champions Chess Tour season.
Yeah. But only today is going to be super exciting, you guys. I'm looking forward to lean back and listen to your commentary of the grand final between Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja. They actually met only 2 days ago in the winners' final.
Oh, here she goes for my move.
Oh, look at the bar. Go down.
Question mark. Oh, dear.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh, Magnus is back.
Magnus is just relentless. Look at him. He's taking everything now.
Alireza Firouzja resigns. Magnus Carlsen making it look easy today. Wait, how much time did he have on the clock? Because it's a 3
1
second
second.
increment. Barely any time.
Oh, not now, but the king
Might
is
be
moving
checkmate.
into a mating net. He's going to get caged.
Alireza Firouzja resigns. Magnus Carlsen wrapping it up in 3 games.
Yeah, I would overall say that we played 3 very complicated games, and I feel like I handled them really well.
It definitely looked brutal on the scoreboard with 3 wins for Magnus Carlsen. Was it simply domination, Jovanka?
Yes, in simple words. I mean, Magnus won in 3 games. Also, the positions were very chaotic. And Magnus himself said it was a pleasure to play those games. So Alireza will need to shake things up, do something that's unexpected if he wants to defeat Magnus.
Definitely. Firouzja, what do you expect from him today, Simon? He should be coming in with a different game plan, or what do you think?
I think he needs to try and change the 0-3, definitely, that he got in the last one. And he was playing very interesting chess in the last one, but his openings were a bit too interesting. So, especially with the black pieces, he was really pushing the boundaries of what you can get away with in the opening. So I think he's just got to tighten up a little bit there and wait for his opportunities. I mean, Magnus is playing great, but in a lot of games, there's always an opportunity against Magnus, but it's only one opportunity that you get normally. So he's just got to wait for that opportunity and grasp it, I feel.
I think Magnus described this as actually 3 complicated games. He said he also did take some risks in that winners final. What do you expect from Magnus today, David?
Yeah, I think the reason we love seeing this matchup is because both players take risks. They respect each other so much, but they kind of respect chess more, and they're happy to kind of go for each other. From Magnus, I expect him to do exactly what he's been doing throughout the tournament. He's completed chess. He's done it all. He's very relaxed. He'll take his chances when they come, but I'm on Simon's side. Firouzja, not just does he have to win 1 match, remember, he has to win 2 matches, and the only way to do that is to stay solid. He cannot let Magnus strike first. Magnus, when he doesn't want to lose, he'll shut things down. It's all about Firouzja staying solid.
Yeah, let's take a look at the tail of the tape for today's big grand final. Magnus Carlsen, he is coming from the winner's bracket, and if he wins the match, he will be the winner of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Alireza Firouzja, he has to beat Magnus in 2 matches. What chances do you give him, Simon?
I think he's got decent chances. I mean, it's a new day. It's a fresh day. He is, well, they're both unbelievable chess players. There's no doubt about that. I couldn't believe it the other day when I only found out he's been playing for like 12 years or something. It's
I know.
Well, how the hell did he do that? It's incredible, right? I mean, like, to become that strong. David, you mentioned it was in a period of 8 years he became world number 2 or something. Is that right? 8, which is just unheard of. So he's really a magical player, so he can turn it on, and he needs to today.
Yeah, the fact that he actually started playing chess when he was only 8-9 years old. Here he is to face Magnus Carlsen in a match. How special is that really, David?
I mean, it's special for anyone. Firouzja, maybe it's just extra special because he's one of the most talented players of this new generation. We talk about generations, and he's meeting the leader of the current generation, the big boss, Magnus Carlsen. And yeah, I mean, what a World Championship match this could have been. Maybe will be someday. You never know. But either way, yeah, it's a big, big day.
Definitely. And he is only 20 years old, Jovanka. If he actually is able to beat Magnus in those 2 matches today to win the tournament, where would we actually rate that in Alireza's career?
It would be pretty high up there, because to beat Magnus on demand once and then twice is going to be phenomenal. And then, of course, to actually do it when everyone doesn't expect that from him, that would also be sensational. And also bearing in mind that 3-0 scoreline as well from their previous encounter, I would rate that up pretty highly, especially when it comes to online chess. But, you know, this is just the start for Firouzja. You know, he's just 20 years old, and he's going to get better and better.
Yeah, but is there something in there tonight, do you think, Simon, for Alireza? A big day in his career.
I think, again, yeah, it's very possible. I mean, he's done it before against Magnus. I mean, he's beat him in many games. They've played loads of contests online, and he just needs to be on top form, obviously, to do it, to have any chance. And he does need to do it twice as well, which is also a bit tricky. Not once, twice. So good luck.
Yeah. If you were his coach, David, Alireza Firouzja tonight, what would you tell him? What does he need to do to be able to do the incredible and beat Magnus twice?
I would say be confident. Yesterday in the interview, Firouzja himself mentioned that the other day was a bit heartbreaking. It was really tough. But also, do your puzzle rush. He had a winning position against Magnus 2 days ago. Just one tactic, he let it slip, and it all turned around. So if he takes his chance when it comes, who knows? It could be his best online speed chess performance ever.
Yeah. Well, we're going to put you guys at home on the line as well. We do have a quiz question today as well. And the quiz question on this final day of the Generation Cup is, in 2006, Vishy Anand crossed 2,800 in rating as the 4th player in history. So who were the 3 other players who had achieved this at that time? And let's see what happened when Simon and David was introduced to this quiz question.
Oh my God.
Okay. So it was over 2,800.
Stakes are high, Simon. What are we playing for?
Well, stakes are super high for you guys at home as well, because you are playing for this one, the Just Resign Ginger GM t-shirt. Is it worn, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, what can be better than winning a T-shirt with my face on? What a prize that is. Is it worn? Yeah, I mean, the person who wins it will have to find out that. So maybe a little bit.
Is that some whiskey stains we're seeing here?
Could be from the good night last night. So yes. No, I think it's a fresh one. So no fidder. You're not going to get any stained T-shirts.
Yeah.
As a prize.
It is a cool T-shirt. And if you want to win it, you need to submit your answer on X. Last time I was here, it was called Twitter. I feel old now.
Stuff
happened in the world. Remember to use the hashtag #ChessChamps. So answer that quiz question. Later today in the show, something very fun is coming up. It's Simon and David driving go-karts.
Okay, he's stuck. Yeah, I'm coming! I'm coming for you! Liz!
Was that Max Verstappen I was seeing there?
Yeah, let's go. It was very much a tale of the hare and the tortoise, but I won't spoil who won yet.
Yeah, we're gonna see that in a break later on today. Right now, we are waiting for Game 1 in the grand final with Magnus Carlsen taking on 20-year-old Alireza Firouzja. They are getting ready, the two players, for this grand final. It is best out of 4 rapid games, and if they are tied, then, well, actually, if they are tied, then Magnus is the winner. If Alireza Firouzja wins this match, wait.
No, it's Armageddon.
Then it's Armageddon. I'm kidding. If they are tied, then Armageddon to decide the match, and Alireza Firouzja, he has to win the match to take it to a second match. Here we have the regulations. I apparently need to read those. 15 minutes plus 3 seconds increment is the time control, and Magnus Carlsen, if he wins the match, he will be the winner. The 3rd time this season he wins an event in the Champions Chess Tour. Alireza Firouzja has to win it to take it to a second match. And Armageddon tie breaks. Magnus hasn't played those in this tournament. Do you think he actually kind of wants to today?
Well, I don't think Magnus would be averse to playing Armageddon. He's got a great track record historically there, but actually that could work in Firouzja's favour. Just the fact that Magnus has had very short matches this tournament, whereas Firouzja, he's had longer days, he's had these long battles, long grinds, and he's had a taste of Armageddon himself. So yeah, I think the longer the match is, it could be a potential 8 games today if Firouzja can take it the whole distance. The longer he can drag it out, postpone the results, I think the greater his chances become as the younger player.
Do you agree, Simon, that the younger player, he wants to drag this out as long as possible?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he just needs to start well as well. I mean, this is the key thing. I think if he loses the first game to Magnus, it's going to be really, really tricky. So he needs to come out and, have a good first game. So this is going to be key to the whole day.
Now, Magnus, he's been in these situations a bunch of time, being in charge, the one who only needs sort of the first match. Do you expect him to play some solid, I wouldn't say boring chess, but solid chess, Jovanka, or could he still take some chances, do you think?
I think Magnus is going to stick to his style. It's generally universal. He's happy to enter complications if so desired. But, Magnus has been on a winning formula this year. Why not continue that? I think it's up to Alireza just to unsettle him, maybe surprise him in the opening, keep that solidity that David and Simon have been referring to, and then take the adventure when you have the white pieces. And there we
have them. We have been waiting for Magnus Carlsen to get ready, and here he is, ready for Game 1 in the grand final. And we have the first move.
We have the first move. It is a King's Pawn opening, and Firouzja has switched up his opening approach. This time it's the Spanish opening, the Roy Lopez. 2 days ago, Firouzja went for the Sicilian and was quickly punished. White got a big attack. Magnus wiped him off the board in that first game. So he's definitely spoken to a coach. He's definitely kind of taken on new advice. And this is one of the most solid setups for Black at these early stages. What will Magnus go for? He's looking away here. He's just picking which variation to go for. This is one of the main lines. This has been played for hundreds and hundreds of years at the top levels. And eventually Magnus pushes his pawn to d3. So taking a slower approach to this game. Copycat here from Firouzja. And all pieces will stay on the board here for a long time. So it's going to be tension-packed, but rock solid for both players. What do you think here, Simon? Your prediction was correct?
Yeah, I think it's a very good choice from Alireza. I wasn't sure if he might try to Berlin or something, but this is more his kind of style because he's keeping the pieces on. He has great experience, as we spoke about yesterday, on the sort of in these kind of structures. He's probably the world's leading expert in the Italian, which is very similar to this. So he's just keeping it a bit safer, but with potential to grasp an opportunity if it does come about. And Magnus also obviously knows these positions pretty well as well, doesn't he? So, he's not bad. He's played a couple of games in this structure before.
Just a couple, right? But we have seen Magnus just take a pause. The most natural move is actually to develop the knight there on the left side of the board, move it to the square in front of the queen. And Magnus has taken the second most popular move, which is just to take a precautionary move, give the king some air and control the g4 square.
Yeah, is it just me, or is Magnus moving a bit slower than he usually does? Considering he's got vast experience here, Magnus basically became world champion on the back of his kind of play with 1e4. He was pretty much only using this opening as white back in the days when he was kind of rising through the ranks, when he was back in Firouzja's age. And yeah, it's a bit strange. It feels like he's freestyling, maybe trying to avoid Firouzja's preparation. But either way, in past days, just this week throughout the Julius Baer Generation Cup, Magnus has been very fast in the opening, getting a quick time advantage against most of his opponents here. He looks surprised.
So is this a sign he is surprised? Is this a sign he has something very tricky up his sleeve? What do you think?
Possibly. Yeah, it might be just he's looking for a sophisticated maneuver, something that Firouzja won't have expected before. But the problem here is that this is so well explored, as we mentioned. It's one of the most popular types of openings in chess, at least the pawn structure. So all the maneuvers are well known. It's a bit strange, at least to me, that he's thinking here for white. 2 minutes now in the tank.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to think what kind of middle game strategy he wants to go for here. I mean, there's various ways that you can play this as whites. You can play it quite slowly, and you can just develop your pieces. And he seems to be going for this strategy here, or you can try to strike in the centre as well by pushing a pawn. So I guess that's why he's spending a bit of time. It does seem a little bit odd that he's thinking so much here. This move, you know, I'm not an expert in this structure at all, but I don't know this move, personally.
But also looking at the database, it's only saying that there's been one game with this bishop move. Everyone else has actually just developed a knight. Is Magnus trying to take a shortcut? I'll have a look.
I mean, it does seem to allow d5, doesn't it? That's my first. That's my first thing I'm thinking, because the bishop is blocking the rook. White puts the rook in the middle to attack black's centre, but he's moved his bishop in the way of that, and that allows this typical kind of martial idea, maybe, David. I mean, that you're more of an expert in these positions than me, certainly, and the d5 kind of seems natural, and he's played it, I think. So
he's played it, and Magnus has reacted with the typical knight maneuver. Usually we see the white knight first kind of relocate next to the other knight in front of the white king, making sure you're really solid on this side of the board. Once the other white knight reaches here with the two pieces, you're nearly never in danger. You can hop forward and start attacking the black king. But it definitely feels like Magnus here, it's the white pieces that are cramped. Black has advanced on the queen side. Black has more space over here. Black has more space in the center. Look at all these pawns kind of well advanced in the middle of the board. I think Firouzja has many reasons to be happy with the outcome of this opening. Definitely not worse. Actually, maybe fighting for the advantage with black already if Magnus isn't careful. That being said, white is still solid, and I'm expecting Magnus to move his queen, bring his rook to the centre, and still the central tension, as long as it persists, it's a big question who will hold the advantage later.
And for black, I guess, it's whether he should maintain the tension in the centre. Should he step the pawn forward? Should he just leave the pawns as they are and try to centralise the rooks? Yeah. Or is he going to be tempted to actually exchange in the middle?
It's not Firouzja's style to trade off pawns in the centre. If we ever do see black take the white pawn on e4, then it becomes very symmetrical. And I think that favours Magnus, who's maybe slightly superior here in terms of manoeuvring, or at least he enjoys manoeuvring more than Firouzja. Yeah, it just feels like a balanced position, but full of richness, full of life here. And, OK, Firouzja now, he's forced Magnus to think, but Magnus, again, he's dropped a few minutes here on the clock. It's still early days. I'm not used to seeing this from Magnus. Normally, I've actually played against him in a very similar type of position, and he's normally super confident, super quick.
Division 1 is still early days. This is only game 1. We did start a few hours late in Division 1 today, but Division 2 has already been finished. The grand final with Jan Nepomniachtchi and Levon Aronian is over, with Jan Nepomniachtchi winning that match, securing him a spot in the next Division 1 event. So we will see Jan Nepomniachtchi probably in the next event, which is cool.
Yeah, what a field already.
Yeah.
Some big players. And Nepomniachtchi, if he wins the next event, if he does well there, he's got a chance at getting to Toronto.
Yeah. He was in superb form playing in Division 2, actually. It was like he was a man on a mission, you know, just dispatching everyone. And he wants to be in Division 1. And I suspect, as David mentioned, he wants to show everyone what he's capable of.
And to actually make it to Toronto as well. Incredible match there against Levon Aronian, another amazing player. In this one, early days, Magnus Carlsen down on the clock, but now he has Alireza Firouzja thinking a little bit as well.
He does. And Magnus, he's gone for this knight maneuver. So not a typical Spanish opening plan. It's definitely Magnus freestyling here, trying to be a bit creative. As Ivanka mentioned, not many games at all in this type of position. But he does have a specific idea in mind, and that's to land the white knight into c5. We might see that in a moment. First, the queen side is likely going to lock itself up. Magnus has just pushed a pawn there, and I don't think Alireza should get tempted to take that pawn. It would ruin the black pawn structure. So it's going to get a bit more blocked here, Simon. Who would you pick here and why?
Yeah, I mean, black has the space advantage, so black's got more pawns advanced, and it's generally a bit easier to play a position when you have more space. So black can try to move the queen up, move the rook over maybe, but white seems to have more squares available for his pieces though. Well, there's that one big square c5 where the bishop and the knight are both pointing, and maybe at the right moment white has the opportunity to open up the c file if he moves the rook over 2 squares, because he has the opportunity to capture a pawn there and open that file. So there's actually a lot going on here. I mean, nothing's been exchanged yet. There's a lot of tension. Those pawns in the middle, they're fighting against each other. The pawns on the queen side fighting against each other. And every single move, both players have to calculate the exchanges and the pushes and work out who they benefit. So it's a very, very tense position from the opening so far.
It's super rich, right?
Very rich.
Because, I mean, for Magnus, the thing that he's going to be running through his head is, is Alireza going to actually lock down the center with this d4 push? And if he does that, is Magnus's pieces, are they ready for that closure? I mean... Yeah. And also, as you've highlighted there, it's also possible to take the pawn. So many choices.
So many choices, and the kind of natural continuation of Magnus's plan, if he's been consistent, would be to try and land a piece into this square, the square you were talking about earlier, Simon. First time he would kind of land in the black half of the board, and knight to c5 here. It looks nice, it looks pretty, attacking this bishop, but I guess the bishop just moves, and now the other idea Jovanka mentioned, d4 is actually a killer threat, because it would break the coordination between white's knight and white's bishop. And this knight is actually more vulnerable than it is strong, potentially. So Magnus's whole idea, it's been building up to this, but I think maybe now he's realizing that it's not that effective. And just the fact that black holds the space, black has extra space on the queen side and in the center with these pawns, means that, if anything, it's more difficult to play with white. The balance is still there. Objectively, we see the evaluation bar. It's level, but in terms of finding something for white, it's not easy at all. No natural moves.
Yeah, and Magnus down more than 3 minutes on the clock after only 14 moves. A few moves ago, you were talking about the white knight, Magnus's knight, jumping in next to his other knight. Are you surprised to see it maneuver on the other side?
Yeah, normally we see that white knight on g3 rather than b3, like you say. I nearly said Tanya.
Yeah.
Gosh, what have I done? Sorry, Kaya. Yeah, Kaya, you're right. The white knight is nearly always, I think, 90% of the time in this opening on g3. So Magnus doing some different stuff. I won't say strange, different stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's working. I would say from the opening, if we just compare it to the other match that these two stars played in, this is a success for Firouzja. You know, he's got a very decent position, I think. I don't think he's really worse here at all. He's got equality. And it's also a kind of position I think he probably enjoys playing. All the pieces on the board, lots of tension, and things. There's going to be some tactics, explosions on the board at some point with some exchanges or pushes. So I think it's gone well for black. And as you said, David, he's got a 4-minute and increasing time advantage, which is surprising. Is this a sign that Magnus is, for whatever reason, not so comfortable today? I don't know why he wouldn't be comfortable.
Talking about comfortable, did you just read that comment from featured chat?
I didn't
said
know.
that Magnus's passion was gaming chairs.
He have them stacked up there.
Well, I hear he collects them. So he's actually brought a house in Norway just to stock his chairs. So he's got 400 chairs already there, and he loves the ones from ex-chess players. So he buys them off the studio.
Most rich people have a huge garage with their Ferraris, and
he loves his chairs.
Yeah,
he loves
Magnus
them.
just has the gaming chairs
all around his bedroom, everywhere. You know. Yeah, he loves collecting chairs. Apparently, that's the rumor.
Just spreading that rumor.
Yeah, just putting it out there. So
definitely not fake news there.
Yeah.
How many chairs is that? 3 in the background, or I can't count.
But we have mentioned you have been on one of those chairs, David. You have had the honour of sitting on one of his collections. So,
In Magnus's own words, one of the idiots in the background. It's his lucky room. He seems to play really, really well here. And meanwhile, knight to h2. retreating the knight. This is a typical type of maneuver when actually you're opening up the white queen to kind of develop on the diagonal. The white queen might often sit on f3 later, the square that white knight has vacated. But to me, it looks a bit strange to maneuver away from the center when there's so much tension. It feels like Magnus, he's kind of mixed and matched 2 or 3 different plans here. And usually I'm preaching for consistency, so I'm not sure.
I was going to ask, is that a bad idea?
Normally in chess, if you stick to a plan, there is this cliche, this saying, which kind of is debatable, but they say a bad plan is better than no plan at all, as long as you stick to it.
But 2 plans? Is there anything about 2 plans?
2 plans are worse than 1 plan. I don't know. 1 plan's better
Kasparov,
than
1980 said that, I think.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Simon.
it's all right, no worries.
1 plan is better than 5. I don't know. But either way, I mean, it just feels inconsistent. You've parked one knight on one side of the board, and now the other one further away.
Totally
Don't
agree.
try it at home.
I totally agree, David, because the other knight on the left-hand side, I mean, you mentioned that going to f1 next to the king, and this manoeuvre that White's played, it seems much better if you had the other knight to join in, because you know they're going to be much more powerful together, aren't they? So so it does seem a little bit strange, but it's still an okay position for Magnus. It hasn't gone wrong yet.
But it's also quite interesting because I was also completely taken by surprise by that move. But now that it's on the board, I'm thinking that's quite clever again. Is passing the decision to Firouzja. Does he trade in the middle? Does he just connect the rooks, centralize? And that's, again, a very difficult decision to take.
Should we jump in and show what might happen here, what's going through Firouzja's mind? We've talked about a few options. I personally quite like one you alluded to there, Jovanka, just move the queen, connect the rooks. Why not just bring your other rook into the center, delay the tension, bring all the pieces to the party, and often tactics work in the favor of the side whose pieces are more centralized. Here, that would be black, especially if you can get your rooks both in the center together. But yeah, releasing the tension also makes some sense here, especially while the white knight is away from the middle of the board. The only problem here is that, okay, you might trade a queens, and we know about Magnus Carlsen's skills in the endgame. So I think stylistically, this one would be not kind of at the top of my list. And the other one, which is tempting, is to gain space in the center. But here it's just a trade of pawns. And once the white bishop moves, you do have some safe squares. No clear path forward. And actually, the white knight might start to relocate towards some nice outposts later on. And wow, he goes for something similar.
Right, yeah. He initiates a pawn trade. And there you go. He believes that this particular position is great for black. He does control the b4 square, as you've highlighted. But on the other hand, White's plan is very simple now. It's just going to be about moving all the forces to the right side of the board.
Yeah, if you talk about pawn structure here, White's pawns in the center, they kind of point towards the right. And often, it might sound simplistic, but if your pawns point in one direction, that's the side you should be attacking. And Magnus does have this pawn storm idea of throwing Freddy the f-pawn forward and then just kind of advancing in the middle of the board, whereas black has to play with pieces rather than pawns. And here we see Firouzja relocate his knight. He's going around towards the queen side, and it might well become a battle of flanks. Magnus is going to fight on the king side. Firouzja is going to switch to the other side of the board, where he has some really nice, juicy posts for his knights. Really fascinating, really imbalanced decision. This is why these two players, it's always fire on the board. They just never play for the draw. Always the most ambitious move.
And do you think this is a game, looking at it, that will end up with a winner?
I think a draw is the least likely right now, but still early days, of course.
Yeah, we're only 18 moves into this game one, Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. Thinking again now. What do you think about Magnus so far today, Jovanka? Does he seem maybe a little bit off?
That's a little bit harsh.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that, but he's certainly slower than he's normally been playing. Normally, he's got a time advantage. He's very confident. Here, you know, Magnus is 6.5 minutes, whereas Alireza has 9.5 minutes. But okay, Magnus speeding up and relocating the knight. He's not too proud to say that he made a mistake.
Yeah, often the top players, they just play move by move. They look at the specific position, even if their pieces landed on bad squares previously, they're happy to say, okay, it might have cost me 2 moves here, but I'll bring the knight back to the center. And meanwhile, Firouzja, a bit of a mysterious knight retreat here. We joked in previous days, knight on f8, there is no mate. Knight on f8, what were the other rhymes?
Gets no hate.
Gets no hate. But what's the knight on f8 doing here? Protecting the black king, but maybe
Knight on f8, making a gate. No, I
Not
don't know.
too late.
Not too late.
Not too late.
Maybe he wants to jump in to the F4 square. That's the only thing that I can think of.
Oh, using it as a gate
Yeah.
Yeah.
towards.
To improve his fate. And
Yeah.
their fate. I don't know anymore. We need help. We need help, Jack. Either way, it's a maneuvering phase. And I just want to mention as well, here as commentators, we can only really talk about momentum in such maneuvering positions. And it's total opposite of the other day, where often Magnus was far, far ahead on the clock. Firouzja actually missed a winning opportunity and kind of got outplayed because he was down to a minute or two far, far before Magnus. But here it's kind of roles reversed. Feels like definitely totally different match these early days compared to that previous winners final.
It's a bit mysterious, this game, actually. It's changed quite a lot. I mean, I was thinking the change in the centre, personally, I quite like it for White, but White's pieces are quite clumsy here, it seems to me. I mean, you'd want to put the light squared bishop where the knight is on the left-hand side. I mean,
Because it's kind of cramped right now.
yeah, it's a bit cramped. So if you look at White's bishops in general, they're kind of like, it's like a traffic jam. Traffic jam of cars there, all getting in the way of each other, and to manoeuvre them to better squares is going to take some time. I do
Isn't
feel
it very un-Magnus-like to put his pieces on bad squares, basically?
it is. He's got a nice. Well, he's now manoeuvring it, so the bishop is coming around to get to that diagonal, and he is opening up the rook. And I think he will get quite a nice position for his pieces. I mean, structurally, pawn structure, because you always evaluate a position in two ways, the pawns and the pieces. I quite like White's pawn structure. It seems it's very solid in the centre. I was a bit surprised by Magnus's move with the knight on the right-hand side, because I thought he could have used the pawn instead there. But it's really in the balance at the moment, this position. It's just very, very tense. And we see the idea behind Alireza's knight gate, F8, can't be mates, create, late, bring it, hate, bring the gate. I don't know, I think I've already said that.
You okay, Simon?
It's the last day.
Date.
Date, create.
Way to a date.
Yeah, that's it. We're going through the whole English of anything that
8
rhymes
must
with
be
it.
the number with the most rhymes.
It must be, yeah. It looks that way. Even though I'm struggling.
We can't find a good one, but there's a lot of words.
No, just random words coming out of the mouth as usual there for me. And but I mean, this it also looks all right for Black, right? I mean, that knight is a nice centralised knight. It's got potential. I don't see it going anywhere at the moment, but. I don't know. Who would you rather be here? Would you rather be white or black?
Black.
You'd rather be black. It's interesting because. What about you, David? Would you?
Oh, if I had to choose, I would probably say White, but I wouldn't mind Black's position either. It looks like he's got a very healthy position. But I'm very much about the long term, and I'm on your side, Simon. Just White's pawn structure long term's better, but dynamically in this moment, it feels like Black's very active. Oof. I mean, that's why it's so hard. This game could really go either way in the next few moves.
I would kind of argue that the pawn structure is the same. Yeah, I understand that the pawn on C7, that one's backward. It's also on an open line. It's a target. But on the other hand, the white pawn on D3, that's also pretty weak as well. And Black has a beautiful square on B4 just to balance out everything. And, we did see the bishop zoom in and attack the rook. Rook is now lifted. And, I was hoping, well, we're going to see.
Queen has entered the action.
She has. And she's also defended the knight on C6. So maybe Alireza is setting up the move, bishop to A6, attacking the rook.
Big threat on the board, Jovanka. This rook almost trapped. It's looks really active, White's most advanced piece, but actually it's running out of squares. If White, for example, loses a move, let's just, for its kind of argument's sake, put the white king in the corner, then suddenly this rook is hit, and the only kind of retreat square is to go back. Suddenly you've lost connection with this pawn. That might be fateful later, but also you've kind of locked in your own bishop on B1. The black knight's going to jump into this B4 square. Suddenly the black pieces are pouring forward. Look how active these ones are, just really invading.
It's a problem, isn't it? The White's pieces, they are just discombobulated, and they're just getting in the way of each other, as we said, and that is a big threat, that bishop A6, and this seems to put White under some pressure now. I mean, they're all on the wrong squares, all those white pieces on the queen side, and he's got to find a way to try and free them somehow, but not so easy to do.
Not so easy at all. These black knights are basically like the gatekeepers. They hold together this pawn, and therefore Black has more space to maneuver. His pieces are more flexible. And a big question for Magnus, down to under 3.5 minutes. This is definitely turning in Black's favour. He needs to stem the momentum, stem the initiative now. But he needs a clever move. I'm not seeing it, I've got to admit. Evaluation bar still says level, but that could change dramatically in the next turn or two if Magnus isn't accurate here.
So what is going through Alireza's head right now? He knows he needs to win at some point today. Do you think he's looking at this and thinking this is a big chance and he has to take his chances today?
I think he'll be slightly excited. He won't be carried away because everyone knows it's Magnus Carlsen. Things can turn very quickly against you. But I think he'll be looking at the clock, one eye on the clock. He's thinking, this isn't the typical Magnus. This is not the Magnus we've seen throughout this tournament. And yeah, he also, easy moves for Black, easy plan, big threat. It's definitely pressure on White.
It's also super important when you're thinking about chess not to let emotion come into your assessments.
Which must be so difficult.
It is very difficult because this is often a way that I blunder because I'm like, oh, I'm winning against the Grandmaster. And then what do you know? I've blundered.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what Alireza will be thinking about is maybe I'm slightly better. And that's about it. I mean, it sounds really dull and boring, but it is the correct way to think. You know, you've got to be Bruce... I was going to say Bruce Willis, but that was not the person I was thinking. Bruce Lee about it. You know, your mind is like water.
So you have to stop there.
Cliche, yeah.
I like my position. Ooh, and it's against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, you
have to stop before you go there.
Exactly. And I actually remember Magnus during the commentary of the 2022 candidates saying that Alireza Firouzja suffered from nerves. And his quote was like, that dude is always nervous.
That dude, I love it, you know. So, but he's young, isn't he? I mean, like, he's going to be more emotional just naturally. And,
totally.
And you can see in his chest he gets quite excited. So maybe you can play against that, as you say. You know, just try to, you know, in this position as Black, you would be getting a bit excited, wouldn't you? I think because you're seeing that, you know, you're starting well. Look at Magnus's time as well. I'm just seeing it tick down. He has just played Bishop A2. I was wondering about this if he can give up the exchange somehow, which he's probably going to have to. So this is a very interesting move. But that Bishop, it looks terrible at the moment, but that could be a really good piece. That's your star piece, Bobby Fischer. In the Raw Lopez, as David said another day, used this Bishop so well. And he was one of the star world champions in this kind of structure. And maybe this idea is to give up the exchange, David, here, if Bishop A6, take the knight or something similar. Not exactly sure what, but there's a couple of options here. Yeah, like you say, Simon, this piece looks terrible, but it's about to become the best piece on the board. And I think you're right. You just start sacrificing things just to open up this diagonal. Look where all the targets are. The Black King especially feels uncomfortable. And Bobby Fischer's favourite Spanish bishop, the light square bishop, I think will come to life. For example, you could start by hitting the Black Queen just to gain a bit of time, force her away, and now go for your move, sacrificing. And yes, you've given up some material, rook for knight. That's a couple of points. But suddenly the white knight will spring into action. Look how things are clearing off this diagonal. And after a set of trades, look at the bar, start to zoom up in White's favour. You're hitting the Black Queen, and where does she go? No safe squares. If she drops back, then she could potentially walk in some severe trouble. The pawn steps forward, and suddenly that bishop, which was blocked just 3 moves ago, is going to play a key role in winning this game. Suddenly the Black King is basically powerless to prevent this attack. So, wow, it's actually on the board. We're headed in this direction. Magnus has just played the move e5, and I think he's actually tricked Firouzja. We said he had to be clever. He invested a lot of time there, Magnus, but now he's got to go for the sacrifice. If you don't, then you're simply dropping this rook or the pawn behind it. But the sacrifice looks powerful, looks strong. I mean, do you think Alireza maybe got a little... You were talking about getting a bit too excitable there, and maybe at that moment he was like, wow, I'm going to win the exchange. And he played Bishop A6 very quickly because this line, pretty forcing, really, because Magnus couldn't move the rook because he loses that pawn, Ivanka pointed out. So... this is getting very exciting now. Magnus sacrificing the exchange. We
have a sacrifice. Magnus is ticking down to 1 minute on the clock. I was told before this move, both players were above 97% in accuracy. So they are playing some of their best chess already. Yeah.
I mean, we're used to it at this point, these players. There was one game, what was it, yesterday, the day before? 99.7% accuracy from both players. And these guys, they're good. They're pretty good. And now we're expecting Magnus to take in the centre.
And he needs to do it quickly.
Oh, he takes the other way.
Wow, that's so surprising.
Yeah, that's odd. I mean, yes, you're grabbing a pawn, you're winning some material back, but we all know the rhyme about knights on the rim.
Yeah.
Being a bit dim and grim.
Dim, grim, fall off the edge. But why take that pawn rather than a nice central pawn? Because
maybe he wanted it all, right? Maybe he just thought the knight can drop back and grab the
thing is-
centre pawn as well.
But black's knight is so good in the centre. It blocks the bishop. Why not get rid of that lovely black knight in the centre? I don't understand that decision, but still probably okay. Still good compensation.
Yeah, but we see the evaluation bar. It still might be quite promising for white if Firouzja allows Magnus a couple of moves, maybe to get that white knight back off the edge of the board, back towards the centre. But is there something he can do immediately to gain an advantage, to show that his extra material counts? I mean, to me, if I were playing with either colour, I would just say, OK, it's a mess. It's like you were saying earlier, Jovanka, in your head, you just say, I'm slightly better. Here, both players are just saying, it's a mess. They don't know the evaluation. And oof, what to do next? There's no easy moves for black, at least. Maybe that's what Magnus is banking on.
Magnus under 1 minute. I think it's worth just, that's not a lot of time in a position like this where it's immensely complicated. The queens are on the board. Most of the pieces are on the board. You sack some material. It's going to be a very exciting finish to this game.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Definitely. And like you both said, is really chaotic on the board. And I was wondering, what is the best strategy here? And we see Alireza go for the improvement strategy. The piece that wasn't working is now on an open line, and perhaps the rook will come to b2 and attack the queen and the bishop. Well, it will certainly do that if it's allowed.
Big threat, as you point out, Jovanka, rook to b2, protected by this bishop on a3, and that would be a fork, a double attack. White would lose a piece. Not actually that easy to defend. Magnus chooses to trade queens. We know he loves an endgame, but he is material down here. He's down the exchange just for one pawn. So will we see a queen trade? What do we think?
I mean, the natural move would be to exchange queens, then to continue with that plan Jovanka pointed out, throwing the rook into Magnus's guts there.
But wouldn't it make sense for Firouzja to keep the queens on? He's got so much more time.
Maybe, yeah.
It's tempting. And it's Firouzja's style to keep the queens on. Yeah. I'm on Simon's side. I mean, in general, I love my endgames as well, so I just wanted the queens off the board. Material up kind of helps here, but there is some argument for keeping the queen on. You could retreat her, possibly.
Yeah, I'm kind of team keep the queens on the board.
Ooh.
I know the queens have come off. The rook is now under attack. So will he move the rook to b2, attack the bishop?
Yeah,
that is option one.
It's going to be either hit the knight here or hit the bishop. And let's give Firouzja some time to think. But if he can consolidate, OK, he attacks the knight first. If he can somehow trade off another set of minor pieces, he's going to get closer and closer to winning here as black. Also, if he can ever pick up that white A pawn, then I think Magnus's chances will disappear. And wow, look at what the computer says.
Oh.
White only has one move, otherwise the advantage grows massively for black. And of course, Magnus finds it. Bishop takes knight. This was the only way to minimize the damage. But you have parted with your beautiful light squared bishop. We said that might become the most valuable piece, the MVP, just a few moves ago. And now it's what we call superfluous knights, the white knights kind of holding on to each other, but it's hanging by a thread here for Magnus.
And less than 30 seconds on his clock. Remember, only 3 seconds increment. It is starting to look good for Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, I think I would pick black here. Currently, we should mention it's knight and 2 pawns for a rook, so it's level material in terms of points, but black's got the bishop pair. Black can grab a pawn on d3. I'm not sure you want to do it now. There might be some tactics, but yeah, this one with 27 seconds left. Firouzja must be a huge favourite.
Is he looking at Magnus's clock right now?
He'll be aware. But again, you don't want to get too emotional if you start playing on the clock. Magnus is good enough to find the best moves, even with 20 seconds on his on the timer there. So, yeah, you don't want to get too carried away.
Yeah, I think there's a little rule that if you have a good position anyway, there's no reason to try and move quicker to hustle your opponent. But if you're like equal, or probably if you're a lot worse, then these ideas of playing quicker, trying to put more pressure on your opponent are much more important, because you might just be able to win the game by playing the best moves here. And I think that's what he's trying to work out. I mean, he's got the 2 bishops, he's got the 2 rooks, and Magnus has only got 1 rook. And it's a very dangerous situation for Magnus here. This would be a major win as well. If you win with black in the first game, this is what he needed, Alireza. He needed this win, especially after that last match, to bring his confidence up and be big favourite to take the first leg at least.
Yeah. The position is still pretty messy though, so I'm pretty sure that Firouzja is looking at ways to simplify, and there you go. He retreats the bishop in order to attack one of the knights. And the reason I say that the position is messy is because white also has a passed A pawn that could also limit the the material. And, well, we see a trade. And there he comes. The A-pawn starts pushing. It's the only thing white can do.
Maybe he missed this move.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite an obvious move, but I mean, yeah, this A-pawn's quite strong, isn't it now?
It's going to tie down one of the black rooks, this A-pawn. You'll have to keep half an eye on that one forever. And look at the white rook lined up as well against one of the black pawns. The white knight suddenly looks beautiful. I'm really surprised, I've got to say. It looks like black's bishop pair was kind of one of his biggest assets just a few moves ago, and he's traded off a bishop for one of those white knights that was hanging out in midair in the centre. Didn't feel necessary. It feels like Firouzja's kind of taken a safety-first approach, but look at the clock now, it's balancing out, and you all know about Magnus Carlsen's endgame skills. Level endgames, even with material imbalances, can go either way, and Magnus makes a bit of a grimace there, a bit of a face.
What is that about?
I mean, I love knight b3 here, very, you know, as an option, but I don't know why he's grimacing. I mean, this is probably the best position he's had for quite some time.
Oh, and he plays this move. I thought he was going to grab the pawn. There was material there for the taking, but instead he chooses to restrain the light squared bishop.
Yeah,
wow.
He's actually taken away all of black's best squares for that bishop. Black's bishop wanted to kind of zigzag back into the centre onto the d5 square to protect the isolated e6 pawn. But, OK, both sides going active, not materialistic at all. Until this move, Magnus does snap off another pawn. It's level material yet again. But whose piece configuration here is going to be better? I think I would start taking white now. Just feels like you're out of danger completely. And black's rooks are disconnected. That white a-pawn is so strong right now.
Yeah, and this is the move I thought could be very troublesome for black. That knight coming forwards to c5, where it's actually
seconds.
It's got to move.
no time at all.
Wow. With only 1 second left, Alireza Firouzja is now in trouble.
Yeah, and the knight comes in, attacks the rook, and Magnus is going to pick up the e6 pawn. Yep, that has gone.
So now he's material up. He's got 3 pawns and a knight just for black's rook. But black's rook is very active, and it's going to keep harassing the white bishop. There we go. The problem is the white bishop, its diagonal is quite short. It needs to keep protecting that white a-pawn if you want to win this game, but you're running out of squares. Maybe Firouzja's found a way to kind of draw this. And, OK, as I say that, Magnus doesn't care about his bishop. He counterattacks against the black bishop instead.
Is he going for the win?
He's going for the win, Magnus. It's only Magnus here who can really win. Even if the white a-pawn drops off, it should still be drawing for white there. But, OK, he's got 2 passed pawns and a knight. Can he start running with them, or can the black rook hold them off? It's hanging by a thread here for Firouzja, but he might be in time. Ooh, he wins the white a-pawn.
Interesting ending here, though. So you've got equal material. The rook much better than a knight, but those 2 pawns, a little bit dangerous. I mean, I don't think they're going to be enough because you've only got 1 passed pawn here, and that shouldn't be enough against the rook. You could even lose this if you push too much as white, but pretty much all the danger is with black here. And I'm not really sure where this game turned as well. I mean, Firouzja, I think David pointed out, and here we see maybe a pawn dropping. He gave up his bishop pair, and that was probably the mistake made. And what can Magnus do here? Can he throw his pawn forwards, do anything like that?
I was thinking you might as well, right?
Yeah,
and there
it
it comes. 2 passed pawns headed towards the black king. Ooh. Oh, Magnus captured that with the knight.
I think he's just trying to head it towards a draw now. I think he's kind of realised that it's not going anywhere else, and there's not enough material here, or really any danger for either side to lose this one. The black rook moves away as far as it can from the knight to avoid any forks, and white only has 1 passed pawn, but the black rook is very strong here, tying down white, so should be a relatively safe draw here.
We should mention, if all the pawns disappear, just a rook versus knight. It is a draw, and, OK, Firouzja gives up his winning chances. It's going to fizzle out to king versus king. Everything off the board, a fight to the bitter end. It's a draw.
There it is. Game 1, a draw, still tied. Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja after the first game in the grand final. Alireza Firouzja looking over this. Was this a missed chance for him, David?
Big missed opportunity for Alireza Firouzja. He had a lot more time on the clock. He had a big advantage, a material advantage as well on the board, but in the end, Magnus too good in the endgame and closed it out to safety. And I just want to highlight one moment where maybe Alireza missed an opportunity. It was here with White's Knights not actually being as impressive as they look. I think he could have, for example, dislodged one of the White Knights with dropping his bishop back. He could, for example, have just defended his weak pawn in the centre. But what he did, giving up his beautiful dark square bishop for one of the knights, and suddenly there was no risk anymore for White. This pawn, this White A pawn, was the clincher. It managed to secure, managed to ensure that one of the black rooks was passive and a draw, a fair result in the end.
Magnus giving a little bit of a face after the game ended with a draw. Is that shaking of the head for Magnus Carlsen? Yeah, classical Magnus, but it is a draw this first game. Magnus here with the white pieces. Alireza Firouzja will have the white pieces in game 2. He has to win this match to take it to a second match and win the Julius Baer Generation Cup. The final continues in a few minutes, but first a little break.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Well, it is all about an exciting grand final today between 20-year-old Alireza Firouzja and 32-year-old Magnus Carlsen. But we're also going to be talking a little bit about racing today. And earlier this week in the studio, we were joined by a very special guest.
He is a Formula E former world champion, a United Nations ambassador for clean air, and a Julius Baer ambassador. We're so happy to be joined by Lucas Di Grassi. Lucas, welcome. How are you doing today?
Tanya, I'm very well. Thanks for having me.
We're so excited to have you here with us. And I'm going to jump straight into it. Lucas, what inspired you to become an e-racer?
Well, I did my career as a normal racing driver. I went all the way from karting to Formula 1, passing through Formula 3, Formula 2. Then I did a few races in endurance, which means long races, 12 hours, 24 hours. And then I helped to create Formula E because the future of the technology that we'll see on the roads are electric. Actually, the present in Norway is already electric. So then we decided to create the Formula 1 of electric cars, which was Formula E 10 years ago. And I've been involved in Formula E ever since and been racing there, and the championship is growing. So I'm very happy where I am after 9 seasons racing Formula E.
That's so cool. And with all of this, how did chess find a way into your life?
So chess has been actually a very recent part of my life. So I've been using the analogy that the Formula E race is a bit like chess at 200 kilometers per hour, because you have to make a lot of strategic decisions while driving the car in the limit. And these strategic decisions are a lot like chess. Like you can, for many laps during the race, try to put pressure on your opponent and try to understand where are the flaws and where he's doing mistakes. And then in the right moment, you attack and overtake. So you need to be extremely good in strategy during the race to be able to succeed in Formula E. And that's all due because you have a energy management during the race. So the battery is going down. If you attack too much, the battery uses too much energy. If you don't attack, you get attacked by others. So it's all this balance between being aggressive, but at the same time, positioning yourself in the right moment to make the attack in the last few laps and win the race.
And Lucas, we also know that you're part of the Mensa community. And I'm guessing that you do enjoy a bit of a challenge off the track as well, because we've got something fun planned for you.
I enjoy a challenge, and I'm very competitive. So I'm not very good at chess. So I get very angry when I lose. So of course, I still have a lot to learn and trying to understand how this game goes. But I'm a very competitive. I'm up for a challenge all the time. Yes.
That's all you need for today to be competitive, because Lucas, you will be playing against our very own David Howell, and the challenge is how many moves and how long can you last against David? David's here. David, are you ready?
Yeah. Hi, Lucas.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a challenge. Nobody told me. Otherwise, I would have prepared myself better.
But, you know, you're all about taking those split-second decisions on the track. So it's high pressure, Lucas. Are you ready for this one?
I'm ready, yes. Let's do it.
Let's do this.
There is a twist, however. In honor of the fact that you are one of the world's best drivers, we're going to make it fast and furious. I'm only going to have 30 seconds on the clock, and you're going to have 2 minutes. So hopefully that balances the odds slightly.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay. We'll get the game going now. Good luck. I've started really slowly here. I've lost a lot of time. Symmetrical chess, playing copycat here. Okay, I've got to go for checkmate. I've only got 20 seconds. I need to start pre-moving. Hopefully I'm distracting Lucas here by talking. That's my plan. Okay, I've won a knight, but still a long way to go. Whoa, first check of the game. Surprised me there. Hitting my knight. Oh my God, I've only got 16 seconds. Okay, I'm just going to have to attack. And okay, I've won the queen. Here we go. Okay, still a long, long way from checkmate, though. This is not going to be easy at all. Oh, I'll take that one. Check. Oh, 14 seconds. Race against the clock. Look at that focus. I'm trying to distract him, but it's not working. Okay, I'm taking that one. Ooh, maybe a mouse slip there. I'm hoping. I must slip too, but okay, here we go. I'm just going to get everything off the board because I'm panicking. 9 seconds. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I missed a mate. I missed a checkmate. This is going to go on much longer than I was hoping. Okay, 7 seconds. I've got an extra rook and 2 bishops, but Lucas is defending really, really well. Okay, that's a check. That's a check. And I think I've got him. I've caught his king in the corner. 5 seconds left, though.
Oh, where can I go here?
Sorry, Lucas. I think next move, it's inevitable. Oh, 5 seconds left. Checkmate is coming.
Well, where can I move here?
It's not stalemate, luckily. You do have 2 pawns you can push. There we go. That is checkmate.
Okay, good job.
Oh. No, good job to you too. I mean, you got me down to my last 5 seconds, and the game did last 28 moves. That's longer than some Grandmasters have lasted. So well done. What did you think of the game?
It's unbelievable how you guys can play so good. It's like what I love about chess. You have all the information there, right? So it's just a matter of understanding how the probabilities and making so fast decisions like this is, for me, inconceivable. Like, you had like 20 seconds. I would not even think about which pieces to move. So it's kind of this type of, let's say, mental ability that you guys train your whole life that we also do while we race. And I can imagine that this mental ability can relate a lot to what we do on the racetrack. So congratulations, it's really impressive.
Okay. Lucas, I just want to say thank you so much for the game, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much, and I hope I can learn a little bit more and improve.
So that was recorded a few days ago. And good job on Lucas, lasting 28 moves. Remember, one of the smartest men in the world, Bill Gates, only lasted 9 moves against Magnus Carlsen in the same time control. And, well, Lucas did try David's sport here. So in the next break, we're going to show you what happened when David and Simon tried Lucas's sport, doing go-kart.
Okay, he's stuck. Yeah, I'm coming! I'm coming for you! Liz!
They look fast, they look fierce, and after the next game, we will show you who won in a go-kart race between David and Simon. But now it's game 2. Magnus Carlsen snacking up to get his energy up. The first game was a draw, and in this one, Alireza Firouzja will have the white pieces. So, Jovanka, what do you expect from the 20-year-old who has to win at some point today? Well, here we go.
Yeah, and I'm expecting it is gonna be a full-blooded challenge. And there we see the Sicilian on the board. And Magnus, he's really taking up the gauntlet. He's saying, you know, Alireza, you like to play sharp openings. Show me what you got.
This is provocative from Magnus. Yesterday we saw something similar, but also provocative there, but something with a maybe safer reputation. Here it's like waving a red flag to the ball. He's basically said, okay, white, you take the center, you take all the squares, and I'm going to try and counterattack later. This is known as one of the most risky variations of the Sicilian football.
Really? Exciting.
Yeah, exciting. It shows Magnus actually wants to win this. No solidity at all, but Firouzja, I think this should be a good sign for him and his fans. At least now he's guaranteed a big fight. He's guaranteed at least some attacking chances. The Black King often a big target in these types of openings. Simon, are you as surprised as me?
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, Magnus has been playing really sharp, hasn't he? I mean, in the previous match against Firouzja, when he had black, he played a line which was probably losing for him in a sharp Sicilian. So it's great to see this. I think Alireza will be very happy to get this on the board as well, because this big pawn in the centre of the board, you can base an attack around. White's knight in the centre of the board. It has some juicy squares it might be able to jump into. And this is just a very exciting opening position. One of the problems that black has here is, where do you put the king? Because if you leave it in the middle, well, okay, it's never safe there. If you castle kingside, you can also come under a big attack. So that's what the problem that Magnus has to solve here. Where does he put his king? Alireza can just castle. It's easy for him to put his king somewhere.
This is game 2 in the grand final in Division 1. Earlier tonight, Division 2 was decided. Jan Pomniachtchi winning the match against Levon Aronian to win Division 2. And we have some updates on Division 3 as well. Sam Sevian playing Shahryar Mamdyarov. And Sevian, coming from the losers bracket, has been able to win the first match to force a grand final reset in Division 3. We will follow that as well. This is game 2, though, in Division 1 grand final, with the bar inching up for Alireza Firouzja. Slightly.
It is inching up. This is still a relatively well-known position. Again, it's kind of provocation is the name of the game here. Magnus now, at least, he has forced the white pawn forward to e5, the far advanced pawn Simon was mentioning. It's normally a very kind of strong pawn. It is a strength, but it is a target as well. And Magnus, with this last queen move, he's saying, I don't need to castle. I don't need to develop. I'm just going to hit your pawn on e5. And meanwhile, more snacks have appeared.
Yeah, is that a carrot?
Yeah, he loves his carrots, Magnus.
Yeah.
He mentioned the other day that he stopped eating, or he stops eating at like 4 o'clock or something like that, because he didn't have. So that's why he's got the carrots. And as soon as he had the carrot in the previous match, he did really well. He won the game. So his magic ingredient is the carrot.
And Alireza jumping in with a knight to give a check. And after it was promptly traded off, then we see Magnus step up the queen to the c6 square, forming a battery to threaten potential checkmates there. That's why Alireza played the blocking move f2, f3. But this game is sharp. And again, looking at the stats here, I can see that 58% of the games have finished in a draw, but 25% have finished in a win for white.
Oh, how about for black?
17%.
Thank you. I was going to say, save me from doing my maths there. 17%. Okay, so white's slightly ahead in this position. And I think we have to jump in because the position has just changed a lot. Let's show an action replay of just the last few moves. We saw here, black attacking, trying to snack on this pawn, just like Magnus is snacking on carrots right now. This was met with a check. And don't take this pawn. It is poisoned on d6. This is actually a recurring theme into the current position. This would walk into a self-pin. Suddenly the black knight is lost because it cannot move. The queen is undefended behind it. So Magnus, of course, sidestepped that. There's a big battery along this diagonal. Potential checkmating threats, as Jovanka mentioned, f3, therefore blocking the queen's diagonal. Magnus pushes forward. The knight is then hit, and Knight to f4. I must admit, I'm out of theory here. I'm not sure exactly how black proceeds next. To me, it looks really beautiful for white here. This is a weak pawn. If white just steps forward, for example, hitting this pawn, Jovanka, are there still games in this database?
There are still games, and basically black says, you know what, I'm not bothered by materials things. I'm just going to get the king as quickly as possible to safety, castle king side. And after that, white has a choice. You can take the pawn, you can centralize the rooks, you can even improve the light square bishop.
Okay, even in this position, improving the light squared bishop, let's just show that tactic. You want to kind of maybe zigzag over to harass the black queen, and don't take this pawn if you're Magnus Carlsen. Again, it's poisoned. So many tactics here. The bishop jumps out the way with a check, gaining time, and when the king reacts, queen takes queen. Actually, Magnus is walking a tightrope here, but he knows what he's doing. This is total reverse of the previous game, because look at the clock times. He's got 15.5 minutes, much more time than he started with. And it is Firouzja who's been surprised. This is where the opening battle, we talk about it in chess, picking your openings. You have to be so kind of diverse with your opening choices these days. You have to be really clever. Maybe he'd pinpointed that Firouzja doesn't have any experience in this position or hasn't had any games in this line. And Magnus, I'm still not unsure about the objective evaluation. Still looks good for white visually, but if he solves his opening problems here, holds the draw without any trouble, then big success for him.
Yeah. Still snacking on that carrot, Magnus Carlsen. And do you think it has to do with keeping his energy up, feeling that the carrots make him lucky? Or do you think it's for the same reason I used to eat carrots a lot, because it would give me a nice tan? Maybe he's going on vacation somewhere or something like that.
Is that right? It gives a tan.
Yeah, it does.
Makes you go orange, doesn't it? So
If you eat too many. If you keep the perfect amount of carrots, it's going to give you that nice golden tan.
So what is the perfect amount? Asking for a friend.
I would say 3 a day.
Is that a guess?
Keeps the doctor
That is a
away.
guess, but it's something like that.
So
I
if
would.
you had 5 a day, you'd go orange.
Let's test it.
On me, I'm already orange enough, thank you. So I don't need to go any more orange. I think it's the same with turmeric, isn't it, as well? Another thing. So, but yeah, I mean, I think it is just obviously to give him a bit of energy in complicated position. But everything David was saying there, this it is theory. Magnus has prepared this position, but to someone who doesn't know this position, it looks horrible. I think absolutely horrible for black, because it's equal material. The white pawn right cutting the board in two, right in black's guts there in the middle of the board. That can't be easily taken. Black's pawn looks very weak on f4. White's going to put a rook on the open file, and I'm very interested to see what Magnus's idea is after this bishop d3, because you really want to know what you're doing in a position like this, because it can go horribly wrong otherwise. So, what is the idea? What should black do here? I mean, it doesn't look nice to me.
Yeah, let's consult the oracle, Jovanka.
Yeah, no, I was going to say that this move has actually never been played before. So I'm just relying on my own wits, and it does force queen takes pawn, as Magnus has played, but this does allow the black king to get caught in the middle of the board.
I was going to ask about that black king. Are you 100% sure he's going to castle?
Not anymore.
Yeah. I mean, could he castle the other way? Is he just not going to move it?
Now it's check, and he has to commit. Unfortunately, we can't castle when we're in check, so he has to decide which way to go, but not attractive at all. I would walk towards the side with more pawn shelter, probably, but there we see the natural move running behind these pawns, and suddenly the evaluation bar reacts. It's a massive advantage now for white.
I think just queen e2 is one move, right? I mean, and this is just a kind of a position that Alireza really enjoys playing. I mean, the evaluation bar showing this is a stronger move than queen e2, but it's maybe you can even swap queens. That's not completely stupid. Bishop f5 or saying, or bishop e4, yeah, one of these moves. But you don't want to be defending a really uncomfortable position against, where you have no activity against someone as active as Alireza, who plays these positions great. And as David's showing here, the exchange of queens is actually a very clever idea. So maybe you have to go to d8 then. But how many people would put their king, keep it in the middle of the board? I guess the c7 square is where you can,
Well, he does it.
He does. He finds the right move straight away. No surprise, really, that he finds it straight away. That's what he does, isn't he, in this? But it still looks very scary for black, though.
it's still super scary. You could imagine the white queen coming up and kind of checking the black king on this diagonal. You can imagine certainly wherever the white queen goes now, the rook lining up, and it's got huge targets on the d-file. I mean, Magnus is temporarily a pawn up, but remember, it is one of these ugly doubled pawns on the f-file. That doubled pawn really counts for nothing. And Firouzja, he's happy to go into an endgame, just like we showed. He offers the queen trade now. I think you pretty much have to trade queens here as black. You cannot keep the queens on the board with such a weak king. You will get checkmated. And when the queens come off, I guess Magnus is banking on the fact he can defend this pawn, but still hanging by a thread.
But what do you think about this decision to trade of queens? I'm just asking because it breaks one of my golden rules, which is when you're attacking the king, it's normally a good idea to keep the queens on the board.
I agree. Despite my love of endgames, I don't think I would have done this. It just feels like momentum was on white's side, and also you've got to know your opponent. You're playing Magnus. Endgames always seem to turn on his favour. But I guess Firouzja here, he's banking on this position being forced, and then he's thinking maybe he's going to go pawn hunting here, and still looks pretty nice for white, this endgame.
Yeah, but I mean, I totally agree with what you're saying. Keep the queens on the board would have been much more scary. And I think Magnus would have been much more uncomfortable with the queens on the board, because you also have to watch out. Your king is just more of a target, right? And here, the black king could actually be quite a nice asset because the queens are off. The king is in the middle of the board. And yeah, Alireza is going to win his pawn back. So he still maybe has a nice position, but it's... it makes it a bit easier for black to play that queen exchange.
There's also a big threat on the board of the bishop actually coming in to take on d7.
Yeah, nice move.
Nice, Jovanka. And that would force the black bishop into a pin. Maybe we just show the threat, because Magnus actually, he has two dual threats to face. I think this is the lesser threat. This pawn is going to drop anyway, so you have to just leave it here. But if, for example, I try and chase your bishop, then this would be a huge blunder potentially, because bishop takes pawn would allow a pin, a temporary sacrifice. Next move, you line up, you win this bishop back with interest. And of course, we all know about rooks on the 7th rank. Here, it's all the targets. This rook is going to feast on this pawn later, this pawn later. You could even start bringing the other rook up to the 7th rank, and all these black pawns will be targets. And this would just be game over. So he has to deal with this. Magnus Carlsen right now, bishop takes pawn here. I'm not sure how to deal with that. I wanted to move my king out the way off the back rank. You always want to connect your rooks, kind of bring them to open files later. But again, you walk into a pin, rook takes pawn, and suddenly this bishop is pinned, meaning that this pawn is still threatened. It's a really kind of clumsy configuration here for black. It's really flimsy, could collapse at any moment.
But he's played fast up until this move, Magnus Carlsen. Is it possible he has some sort of a plan with this strange situation, his king all open?
Yeah, I think he believes in his drawing chances here just because it's reduced material, and he's never scared of an endgame Magnus Carlsen. But yeah, it doesn't show as much kind of ambition as I was praising for him for earlier. I was saying it's a provocative opening. You're saying come at me, and then you'll counterattack later. But there's no counterattack here. It's just black playing for a draw. Am I wrong? I don't know.
Yeah, it feels like black is just playing for a draw. And it's difficult to find a move. I mean, the most logical one is the king stepping up to c7.
I mean, you could try rook e8, try to make some exchanges. I mean, something like that would make sense. And the more pieces you exchange, maybe the closer to a draw you can get. That's probably the move I'd play. Just bring the rook to the centre, and at least activate one of my pieces. If I can play that, maybe makes some sense here. I mean, it's a strange situation. I mean, you can see him on the camera.
Yeah, now finally he kind of reacts to the situation, it seems.
Strange. I mean...
But I wonder how narrow is the path? Because we see the evaluation bias slightly in white's favour. I'm just curious.
Yeah, maybe we can get the Stockfish engine suggestions up on the screen. How many moves here does black have to kind of keep the game roughly in the balance? Oof.
Oh, look at that.
White's advantage grows massively if you don't find the move pawn to a5, and that's not 100% obvious. We were saying that the black king move, the second best move according to the computer there, that's the more natural for a human, but suddenly white's advantage grows to over +1. And some middle games +1 is tolerable, manageable, but in an endgame, +1 is very significant. And yeah, pawn to a5, the whole idea is that the black rook on a8 will activate, it will defend things kind of by moving to the a7 square, the a6 square. That's not obvious, Simon.
No, I mean, the problem with like a natural move like rook e8, which looks very human, is that the tactical threats actually remain after white's rook just wins the pawn back. So this position there's rook takes bishop as a big threat, and even though you're in an ending, this is really, really horrible. Your king can't move because of the ideas we showing before. White can even start moving the b pawn up the board. So a5 is not an easy move to find. Magnus will find it. I bet you anything he'll find it.
Tempted to take that bet.
Yeah, take it. I kind of regret saying that if you do. It's more of a bluff, that one. But the idea of a5...
Say it with confidence.
I said it with confidence,
exactly.
but even if I didn't mean it. I think a5 at least tries to get, as David says, the rook in the corner up as a defensive piece, but it also stops these b4 ideas, which we saw might be very scary if White's able to get them in. But it's I think now the more I'm looking at this position, the more I'm actually realizing that Magnus could be in a lot of trouble, and he's in a tough spot here. He's got to find this very difficult move. I mean, you're getting attacked in the center, so you move a pawn on the side of the board. That's not very natural, is it? He'll find it though, won't he? Yeah.
Thinking for almost 5 minutes now. That's a long time to think in this time control.
That's a long time. Okay, will he find it? Come on, who? There's a bet in the air.
After you, Ivanka, you're the queen of predictions.
Yeah.
We know that on this show.
He'll find it.
Yeah, I think he'll find it by process of elimination, because he'll look at the king stepping forward and he'll go, I really hate that. And, necessity is the mother of invention. So, yeah, I'm going to say he's going to find it.
Okay. David?
Yeah. Ivanka's right,
okay.
Good job, you guys.
It always comes to David last, and he loves delaying it. So the move comes in, he dodges the bullet.
I don't know. It was tough. I think you're right, Ivanka. Process of elimination. That's what all the top players do. They calculate, and if the lines aren't working out in their favour, they continue to look for alternatives. And he was looking at the king moves, the rook moves. Simon mentioned all of those, and they weren't working out for black. Your king was walking into the firing line, and eventually you stumble across a move that does survive, that doesn't lose immediately or doesn't kind of worsen your position, and you have to play it. So that's how often the top players find the best moves. And here, okay, big threat. Rook takes bishop is threatened due to the pin on the d-file, so the black king has to evacuate. And here we go. The black king is walking, but nice defense there from Magnus Carlsen. He has found the only way to keep the disadvantage to a minimum. And, okay, what next for White? The problem is for Firouzja, he was playing for tactics. Now he has to switch gears and maybe play more strategically. White does have the better pawn structure. If you look at the left half of the board, the queen side there, White has 3 connected pawns. Black has 2 isolated pawns, so 3 versus 2 majority. On the other flank, the king side here, it's 4 versus 3 in Black's favour, but 2 doubled pawns. So the 4 doesn't really make a great impression against the 3, and he's trading off bishops. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Black's bishop is a great defensive piece. I mean, this move is trying to keep the pressure against the pawn in the middle of the board, which the bishop is defending. But it is double-edged as well, because, I mean, if the bishops come off, Black's majority on the king side of pawns, pawn majority becomes a lot more dangerous. So Black can also, Magnus now can get that rook in the corner and swing it across at some point to try and activate it. So this a5 move was very clever. Yeah. Otherwise, he'd have been in serious trouble. But he always finds these moves when he needs to. That's why he's the best player in the world.
I really do think that Magnus needs to start activating his pieces. Now is not the time for being passive at all.
Is there a trap? If you take this bishop, I was going to say, maybe the white rook gives you a check. Yeah. White doesn't really want to take back the bishop with a pawn, because suddenly this pawn in the center is actually isolated and weak. But if you give a check, you dislodge the black king, you force the black king to commit. If it goes back to the back rank, we know that that's not a great place for the king. We've seen that already this game. But suddenly, a problem of 2 pawns being attacked. And Magnus, of course, he doesn't make this mistake. He defends the bishop with his rook. But the evaluation bar is still slightly heading up now in White's favor. I'm expecting here the bishop to take this bishop. Maybe you can delay that tension. You can just improve the white king. You can, I don't know, push a pawn. But Magnus, he's really, really on the back foot here, lower on time. And every move, notice how he's got to find one of only 2 moves or forced moves just to stay alive in this game, and it's still not pleasant.
Yeah.
Both games, he's been on the back foot, hasn't
Exactly. And first one, you said it was a missed opportunity for Firouzja. David, will this one be as well if he doesn't win it?
Yes. Earlier I was talking in the day about the longer the match goes, the more Firouzja will kind of fancy his chances if the scores are still balanced. But the way the first 2 games have gone, if he doesn't win either of them, if this one ends up as a draw, then I think he'll start to get frustrated. I think it's only natural, only human to get frustrated.
Definitely.
Because you don't get many chances against Magnus.
So we should expect Alireza Firouzja to really fight for a win in this game now. He has the white pieces and he's definitely up on the clock again. Magnus Carlsen in trouble.
Yeah, in trouble. I don't know, with best play, maybe he can hold the draw here. It is Magnus after all, but I definitely expect Firouzja. He's found so many testing moves, and a lot of the top players, they play strategically sound moves, but he always has a kind of tactical idea behind everything he does. First, he kicks the Black King back. Makes a lot of sense. He protects his bishop in the center as well. What next?
I mean,
Magnus being clever with his king retreat as well, tucking it to safety. He could have stepped it forward, but the king would have been a target there. I think Firouzja has to also now consider what Magnus is going to do. Like, Magnus has a natural target. He's going to put a rook on the open line and target the b2 pawn. So I think if Firouzja takes some care on that side and tries to kill that activity before it even manifests, then Firouzja will have a very pleasant advantage.
Yeah, and Magnus leaning back. He looked pretty happy with that last couple of moves. The bishops are off the board. Again, that was the most natural move for Firouzja, but yeah, maybe there's just no way to kind of break through right now. It looks so tempting to put a white rook on the 7th rank. We talked about that being the dream location, 7th heaven for a rook, but maybe a rook trade will happen there.
Should we dive in? Because I'm kind of excited about that rook move.
The most natural move, at least now, I think Firouzja's plan is to drop the rook into d7, a killer threat now. If both rooks land on the 7th rank, that's just game over. This pawn will drop, then this pawn will drop, then the h-pawn will drop as well. But, okay, black can try and trade off rooks and go active. What is happening here? This is based on the tactic that if a rook trade does happen, white can actually win a pawn. It's now 3 versus 1 on the queen side, but the problem is you're just too late. One move too slow, black gives a check, and then another check and takes on b2. And black's rook is so active, this should be a draw, cutting off the white king. And this is on the board. I think Magnus, does he need to find this move? Or at least one of these rook trade ideas? He has played it. Of course, he'll find the best move if there's only one. And suddenly the black rook is getting active just in time for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, I think Magnus just has enough activity here. I mean, you can try to go rook e7 here as well. Maybe we could show that line, because obviously this was, I think Nimzovich was the first person to write about having a rook on the 7th rank. And I guess Magnus can exchange one rook off and again activate his rook. Maybe in a different way though, go rook b8, attacking that pawn, which if you have to really defend with something like b3, and there could be a lever like a4 now, and this kind of move a4 will be key to the defense. Without this move, you'd be in a lot of trouble because you wouldn't be able to get your rook active. But the most important thing in a rook and pawn ending is to get your rook active. And you can see in an ending like this, the black rook gets extremely active and he will have no trouble drawing a position like this at all. So it's not clear. And the live board, this has happened. Rook d7, rook d8. So it's not clear how Firouzja can keep an advantage now, because all of these lines, a black rook is getting into white's position. And as soon as that happens, I feel black's going to be active enough.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go rook takes a5 here. That's quite funny. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a very strange move. I think it's a tactic like you pointed out the other day, Ivanka, this one. But it probably doesn't work here.
Well,
but maybe it's worth a try, yeah? So
let's jump back in, actually, to show this, because it is really flashy, and it wasn't on my radar, I've got to say. I wonder if it was on Magnus's. Rook takes a5, ignoring the threat on the rook, and look at the standoff. This kind of standoff between the two rooks here. No matter which rook black takes, white will take the other one. For example, if you take this rook, the other rook will drop. If you take this rook, the other rook will drop with check. And I actually think it's the other one you have to take. You have to take on a5 here. And after this check, the black king moves. Next move, at least you can snack on this pawn. And
is there a huge difference?
A huge difference. If you took the other rook, actually, then I think it's losing for black on the spot, because suddenly after this check, you're not threatening the white rook, and white will have time to connect 3, and long-term, these will win the game. So, yeah, it's a big difference, and I think this would be clever from Alireza, at least if he wants to give Magnus...
Oh, it's on the board!
He's played it. Yeah.
Nice spot, Simon.
Well, I mean, I think he has to, but again, it does seem like Magnus's rook is still going to be active enough here, because white cannot defend the a2 pawn. Wherever white moves the rook, the black rook is going to come and take on a2. And is there any way Alireza can keep the game winning chances alive here? Because b2's on pre, And the Black King is starting to get very active as well. I mean, that Black King can come via the diagonal towards White's pawns as well. And, you know, you have to be careful not to allow such things as that. So I think it's still okay for Magnus here.
Yeah.
But he's defended so well, hasn't he? And did Alireza really have any big chances, though? We were saying it's a missed opportunity. But where was this missed opportunity? It's like, you know, I don't think there was any missed wins as such, were there?
No, I don't think so. But I mean, if I'm going to pinpoint one moment where I think that Alireza could have improved, it's perhaps avoiding that queen trade. Mm-hmm. But then again, I'm not going to be too critical of it because this was a really tempting ending to get into. And the move A7, A5 was such a difficult move to spot and calculate. And yeah, it's an interesting position here as well. And I was wondering whether Alireza's rook could get up to some mischief there on the right side. But Magnus, cool as anything, just simply goes, no, I'm going to capture the pawn.
This is probably the only way to try and play for a win, keep playing for a win. And this is great to see Alireza do this because he's brave because he's going to get quite an unbalanced position now. But yeah, he's still playing for the win.
Nice.
Yeah, still playing for the win. And this balancing act Magnus has, just having a weak king in the opening middle game, but then it becomes such a strength in the end game because it's never castled and it's centralized. I don't think anyone else in the world can get away with that. And maybe Steinitz would have been proud of Steinitz king. But anyway, all these checks now, forcing the white king away. This is in order to tie down the white rook to white's pawns on the second rank. The problem is the only way to evade the checks, to keep the game going, to keep the winning chances alive, is to walk away with the white king. But then the black rook has serious threats against the white pawns. Magnus looks pretty chilled, you got to say. And also the time situation means that Alireza will not be confident here about his chances of converting. Well, converting what at this point? It might just be equal, this endgame. Magnus has survived the worst.
Down to under 2 minutes on the clock, Alireza, Firouzja. Is there any chances for Magnus to win this game, or is that hope just not there?
You never know with Magnus, but I would say if Alireza is able to pull the brakes now and body language looks like he's ready to take the draw, this is going to fizzle.
Yeah, like he trusts Magnus's endgames there. So then they have got a draw. So yeah, well defended by Magnus there. He was under pressure throughout, but held on to the draw.
Game 2 is a draw, still tied after 2 games in the grand final. Alireza, Firouzja, he has to win a game at some point to have any hopes of winning the Julius Baer Generation Cup. And this game, another game with chances for him, David.
Another game with real chances for Alireza, and the one big debate here is whether he should have traded queens. Magnus Carlsen had a very weak king as black, caught in the center, and here Alireza tried to transform the nature of the position by playing the move bishop to f5. If instead maybe he'd moved his queen, for example, to e2, we would have seen a big attack against the black king, and who knows, the game might have ended differently. Instead, after the move bishop f5, very tempting as well, we saw a queen trade, and it was this position Magnus found the key defense, the only move to minimize the damage, pawn to a5, and later, as we saw, the game did fizzle out to that draw.
Magnus, he was snacking on carrots during this game. This was his reaction when it ended with a draw. He seems quite chill today. Magnus Carlsen, they are tied, Alireza and Magnus, after the first 2 games. Look at that, 2 draws so far, 2 rapid games to go. And if, well, both of them are tied, then we're going to see Armageddon in this match here in the grand final. Magnus Carlsen will have the white pieces in game 3. The final continues in a few minutes. First, a little break.
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A-game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, that probably is a rabbit up his sleeve, or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. the Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She is a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on chess.com.
1 minute, 10 seconds. Every second counts.
Hikaru Nakamura is surviving.
We're rookie 8. Whoa! He blundered his queen. He's got 40 more seconds. He needs to burn. Rookie's losing. Oh my God, he's gonna flag. No! He flagged! He flagged! He flagged! Oh my God! He made it! Oh my God!
Strong still, wait! Oh, get him on the board!
He's just gonna move quickly.
Oh! Oh my gosh!
Spell Chess is coming to chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of 2 spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to 1 square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess, dropping on September 1st.
Think you know who will take this year's Speed Chess Championship title? The SEC field includes reigning champ Hikaru Nakamura, World Cup victor Magnus Carlsen, JSCC winner Gukesh D, and the world champion himself, Ding Liren. It's a crazy, exciting field, and you can now submit your predictions for how this tournament will unfold for the chance to win Diamond membership. Use !fantasy in chat to learn how. And hurry, bracket submissions close when the first match of the SEC begins on September the 4th. Join Chess Kid for the highly anticipated conclusion of the 2023 Youth Speed Chess Championship. September the 6th, candidate master Aaron Mendez goes head-to-head with Antoni Radzimski for the crown, with Fun Master Mike and friends covering the action over at twitch.tv/ChessKid. Use !YSCC in chat to learn more.
They are tied, Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja, after 2 games in the grand final. But now they are fast, they are fierce, they are without fear. Of course, I'm talking about David Howell and Simon Williams. Who will win when those two meet each other on the go-kart track?
Welcome to go-karting. Myself and Simon are pretty nervous right now. It's well known that Grandmasters are terrible drivers. Simon, are we going to survive this?
I think it's going to be interesting, David. I think you might have a bit of a weight advantage there going on. I can't beat David at chess, so I've got to try and put my foot down at the go-karting. We'll see what happens.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's quite scary, yeah?
I'm shitting my pants.
If you hit that hard as well, you're probably going to yourself up quite badly, yeah? I'd imagine, you know.
I remember when I was a child, I got traumatized. I kept hitting the...
Yeah. I'm quite scared, but I'm just going to take it very easy to start with, and nice and chilled, I think, is the way to do it.
Oh, no.
You're both ready to go? Just the gas?
Good luck, Si.
And you, mate.
He's very good. I hate you.
That's some crazy shit.
Simon, you're too fast at. You were being so modest.
I just don't really care. It's like
I've been swindled.
Okay, are you ready?
Yep. Oh, they're the lights, yeah? Is it 7 laps?
8. god! No! Oh, so fast! He's too good! I'm gonna catch him. He's too quick! Okay, I have to take risks. No! I just need to stop braking. That was the loudest brake I've ever heard. Come on! I can catch him, I can do this! You can do this, Dave! Come on, Dave! Ah! Okay, foot off the brake, Dave. Where is he? Oh my god, he's already done that! Where is he? Okay, he's stuck. Yeah, I'm coming! I'm coming for you! There it is! No! Stall again, please, mate. You can do this, Dave. Okay, I'm ahead! Woo! No! Fuck off! Oh, he's up my ass! Stop stalking me! Okay, I'm gonna take you inside now. No! 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 I'm gonna... No! Layers! Oh, come on!
Ah, gotcha.
I swear, I'm so close now. I can win this. Victory! Sweet victory! That was my crowning glory, my finest hour. But I was a bit dirty, I made him crash. He's gonna kill me. Oh my god. I deserve that.
Mother. Oh, I can't believe I lost you, David. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
You were so much faster than me.
I know. It seemed to be going right until I crashed. I think I raced like I played chess, a little bit risky. I couldn't get the bloody reverse button to work. I was like, ah.
I think my new profession is professional go-karter. I tried the chess, it didn't stick.
That was intense, and congratulations, David Howell, the champion.
Thank you, but I was a bit dirty.
Dirty
Sorry, Simon.
blocking tactics, just like your chess, you know. So
gonna do anything you can to win. Yeah. Wow, new profession, as I said.
Yeah. We were actually saying that, like, I don't know if anyone's played Mario Kart, but I used to love Mario Kart, and David's like the mushroom, and I'm a bit more like Bowser, just trying to squeeze on through. But it was loads of fun though, great fun.
Yeah, I was terrified. I've got to say, but best day ever. Best day
Really?
ever. Yeah, genuinely,
it was really good fun.
And you seem like you actually had some skill in it, Simon, before. Well,
I haven't done it for like probably, I don't know, 25 years, but it was great. I just like a bit of speed, so love to do it again. Yeah, it's just I'm going to beat him next time.
We're always talking about it when we talk about other sports as well. Were you able to use any of the chess skills, David, here?
Just the dirty skills. Try any trick to win. It's all about winning, right?
Yeah.
So.
It's all about winning. You said it. It is all about winning. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces here. This is game 3 in the grand final. And Alireza, Firouzja, he needs to win at some point. Moves are coming out really fast now.
Moves are coming out fast, and this is the first new move of the day, at least in terms of this individual battle, the opening battle. Earlier, Magnus went for a really slow approach, and it really backfired. Firouzja had an advantage as black.
So this time, instead of the timid d3, he brings his knight out. And this leads to a totally different type of animal. It's still a Spanish opening, of course, but it has forced Firouzja to think. So, surprised the name of the game in this one.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus and Alireza had a bit of time there to work out what to do, and clearly Magnus wasn't happy with the way the first game went, and he probably wasn't happy with the way the last game went, so he hasn't got an initiative or any chances to win so far. So there's a big improvement for Alireza on the past games, but as you mentioned, this knight coming out is quite a bit slower, I'd say, this one, or you're going for more central control straight away with that knight. Looking towards the D5 square.
Yeah.
I'm still bitter about that go-karting though, so David blocking me, the car not working. Oh dear.
Hashtag sorry, not sorry.
We're doing it again. That little bump at the end, that was an accident, of course.
So, I bribed them beforehand to tinker with the car.
But I don't think I've ever met anyone who loves winning as much as David Apple.
Oh, yeah.
It is
well, hang on a minute. I have played backgammon with you,
Oh,
Kaya.
true. Anyone other than me. Problem is, I never win.
I think you beat me in backgammon, so... I'm just a loser, aren't I?
What can we do to build Simon's confidence, you guys?
Yeah.
We'll find something.
Yeah, I reckon we need battle go-karting. So I don't know what that means, but something involving, like, clubs, I think.
Wow.
Not that I'm angry at all.
Send in your challenges next time for the next show.
Yeah.
Everyone. We need ideas. David versus Simon.
That's actually a good series. I want to see that. Yeah.
Chess boxing. That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
I resign now. I resign. Meanwhile, a couple of moves here. White's bishop has been kicked back. The Spanish bishop and Firouzja has castled. Still nothing changing. Nothing too dramatic, at least. And Magnus the first to pause. A bit surprising, because he was the one who chose this sub-variation of the Roy Lopez, that he's the first to think. But there we go, d3. And now it might take a similar nature to the previous game. But at least White's knight is more active than it was. And Magnus, I wasn't 100% sure, but it looked like he was resting his eyes. I wouldn't say sleeping, but he was resting his eyes a few minutes ago. Doesn't look as energetic as we're used to seeing from him. Do you think the later start today, all the games began 2 hours later than usual? Do you think that's going to affect the players?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you may just need more carrots as well, right? So get the carrots out. But it does look a bit tired.
Yeah, you're right, though, David. I hadn't really thought about it. But normally when you get yourself into a rhythm, I mean, in over-the-board chess tournaments, you usually play like at 2 p.m., 3 p.m. in the afternoon. And they always hold the last round at like 11 or 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And you're like, why are you doing this to us? You kind of kill the rhythm. We got ourselves into a routine. Chess players at tournaments love the routine, because we just need that thing to rely on. Also, we're superstitious creatures.
Yeah.
And I heard a story about David. Shall I tell it to you?
Yes, please.
About David and superstitions.
Please do.
Careful. Even I don't know this story.
Well, one of our friends went to dinner with him, and he won the next day. So after that, he made her go to dinner with him every night.
Really?
That just sounds like an excuse to me. Crafty tactics. I know his dirty tactics. It's like, oh, you have to come to dinner with me again. And like, yeah.
Purely innocent, trust me.
Are you all quite superstitious?
Very.
Okay.
Simon?
Yeah, I mean, still, I saw a magpie on the way here, and I have to salute magpies as I see them. Which is, but yeah, don't look at me like I'm crazy. I'm not. I speak to the birds. No, I do. It's like you're supposed to salute one magpie. 2's good luck, but 1 is bad luck, so you've got to give it a little salute.
I never knew that.
1 for sorrow, 2 for joy.
That's right.
3 for a girl, 4 for a boy.
Yeah, see, David knows it. The old, he knows his old...
You've got to say hi, Jack, every time you see them.
Yeah,
hi, Jack.
I still do that.
Nice.
Yeah.
We're not weird.
It's strange, but true. And we see Magnus now grabbing a pawn, David. So
but it was Alireza that, with his knight foray to the edge of the board, trying to hunt down the bishop, gives up the pawn.
Yeah, I was saying that we're not weird, but this is a weird decision from Alireza. He's given up a pawn, and this type of idea is very well known in this opening. Magnus himself has given up pawns in the martial attack and various other kind of branches of the martial. We saw that in his World Championship match against Nepomniachtchi, for example. But here, it doesn't strike me as being too convincing because Black is unable to break open the center in one go. And we see the evaluation bar really react. If Firouzja here is freestyling and has given up a pawn, then he's got to really hope that objectively it is merited. I simply think that White can, there we go, retreat the knight. And where's the compensation? He needs the bishop pair to start working here. That's the main compensation when you give up a pawn as Black in the Spanish opening. And Black's bishops don't make a very impressive sight here. It's really surprising to me.
We do have a result in Division 3. Remember, Jan Nepomniachtchi has already now won Division 2, and Division 3 is now already also decided. That one went to a reset between Sam Sevian, the American, and Shahryar Mamdyarov, two very exciting and entertaining players. It went to Armageddon, and with the white pieces, young Sam Sevian was able to win it, to win Division 3 and $5,000. So congratulations to him.
And is that the second time Sam Sevian's won Division 3 now? I think it might be. He's been in several finals.
I think it might have been Kamsky, was it? And possibly one of them. But yeah,
he even played Prague earlier in the season, and also Division 2 last time in the finals. He lost to Lazovic there, but he's the kind of king of knockouts. I wouldn't be surprised if he's played some of the most, the most games in the tour this season.
Ooh, should actually check that.
Yeah.
Sam Sevian, another young one. Obviously, we are talking about generations. He is one of the young Americans. What do you see for his future, Jovanka?
Yeah, Sam is a great player. He's super serious about his chess. I mean, he's also, as you can see by his performance in online chess, also extremely talented. He's got tough nerves, and I think that he is going to get better and better. And I think his aim is to get into the American squad, which is no mean feat, right? When you have Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian, Sam Shanklin, Lenia Dominguez, and I can go on and on. Wesley So, of course.
And that definitely was a match of generations in Division 3 with Mamdyarov at 38 years old. Would you also say this is a match of generations? Alireza Firouzja at 20, Magnus Carlsen at 32. Is that two different generations?
It feels that way. Magnus grew up when computers still weren't that strong. And Alireza, I mean, part of his development, part of the reason he rose up through the ranks so quickly is because he was able to play a lot online. He was doing that all the time, training online. Definitely a clash of styles, generations, everything.
And Alireza Firouzja told us when he was answering a question who he found inspiring when he was growing up. He said that he learnt chess at 2012 and Magnus became world champion 2013.
Yeah.
I just can't believe how he got so good in 10 years. I mean, 8 years he was world number 2, right? In 8 years of picking up the game. I mean, that must be unheard of. I mean, incredible, yeah?
That must mean he has some incredible talent for the game, an incredible
100%.
mind.
Yeah. I mean, that's very special. I mean, I don't know anyone else who's done that, especially in modern day chess, to become that good, because the amount of hours you have to put in just to memorize the opening variations is phenomenal. And, so yeah, really, really amazing talent just to be able to do that. And I mean, going back to the game as well, I mean, I'm struggling to understand what Black's idea is. I mean, the only concept I can think that Black's trying to do is that he sacrificed this pawn to play d5 at some moment and open up his light square bishop. This is the only idea I can see, but I just don't believe it. I just don't believe this pawn sacrifice is enough. And he goes d6, and I'm like, I'm not understanding this pawn sacrifice, because you shouldn't give away pawns against the best player in the world. So what's he seen, David, that I haven't?
I don't think he has seen kind of sufficient compensation here for Firouzja. He's banking on long-term prospects of his bishop pair, but I'm in agreement here. If you could play the move d5, and I think it's the move he wanted to play, without allowing white to bypass that pawn and advance in the center, then maybe some compensation. If we show something like this, we see the evaluation bar really drop. Suddenly black is actually doing very well, because the bishop and queen battery along this light square diagonal would provide full compensation. But the problem is that white can simply play the move e5, and you're forced to retreat with this knight. You're forced to some bad squares. Suddenly white can step forward in the center. Black has weak pawns here, especially on d5. These bishops are dead. They are not playing any role. And look at what Magnus is trying to do in the game position. Firouzja just advanced 1 square, and Magnus is doing the exact same thing. He's trying to render these bishops passive for eternity. He's just played the move c4, and we know in open positions, bishops thrive. In closed positions, block positions, it's the knights. And here, white's knights look beautiful. If black cannot break with d5, and it looks impossible for the near future, then long-term white just is going to, slowly get ready, and at the right moment utilize this extra pawn. End games will favor white, middle games will favor white. If you take en passant of this as if this pawn just moved once, then white is going to do the same thing. Next move, he'll push again and lock down the d5 break forever.
And bear in mind, en passant is a one-time offer. Should he take it? Because after all, he has the bishop pair. It's an open position. Maybe the pawn on b3 could be a weakness.
Yeah, true. You can only take this pawn now. Otherwise, it's bypassed you for good. And white will play this move next. You're mentioning, Jovanka, that this pawn is a bit backward, potentially a target. The one downside here is that you have given the white bishop a beautiful diagonal to sit on, as opposed to kind of not touching that pawn structure. But at least in return, yeah, maybe you can target this pawn. So
I don't see any compensation for black for being a pawn down in any of these lines at all. I know he's got the 2 bishops, David, but like he can't get them open, right? So this is Alireza, though. He's very, very he takes risks. He's a very exciting player. Not many players would even think about giving a pawn up like that, so you've got to give him credit, but it does backfire occasionally, maybe, and I've got a horrible feeling it might backfire here.
Yeah, if you pick up a black pawn that's off the board now and just put it on the e6 square, you would say it's a level position, it's a normal position. But black is essentially a pawn down, and really hard to come up with a plan. It's not as if you're doing too much on the queen side, you're not breaking through there, it's so blocked. The black light square bishop, which is the only unchallenged piece, should be playing a better role, but it can't get anywhere, simply.
Yeah.
Very confusing.
It is confusing to me as well. The only thing that I can see is to do what Alireza's doing, which is to relocate the bishop onto the long, dark diagonal, and then just pick up a knight from f6 and take it on an odyssey around the board to see if it can land on either e5 or d4.
Yeah.
But that is so long, and it's not worthy of a pawn.
Yeah, maybe it's some compensation, though. Some, but it's not enough for a pawn. And, white's got a lovely square there as well. And we see it in exchange, and there's another square for the white knight being vacated by that last pawn move of white's. And I think black's going to have to swap his bishop off when that knight comes around to c4, I would imagine now. Playing quickly, all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think Magnus has really woken up, and it's because of this golden opportunity. He's been kind of gifted here. Just a free pawn, a present there, and it's really kind of perked Magnus's interests here. And look at this, not just to see blocked up the black dark square bishop, but there's a key target. I just want to highlight your maneuver there, Simon. I think it's incoming. This is a backward pawn. After all, the base of the pawn chain is always the weakest. And knight back to d2, knight to c4, knight to hit this pawn, and that would be disaster. What to do? Totally.
And also, just to kind of reinforce that this is a standard maneuver when white has a pawn on d5. So it will be easy for Magnus to see that move. It's difficult to actually come up with a move for Alireza, unless he's going to just initiate the chaos button and just push pawns, explode open in the center. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
I would recommend that, Jovanka, because, there's a little analogy I think that everyone can play by, and that is if you've got a bad position, he's a pawn down against a great player. You might as well complicate it as much as you possibly can, even if it gets worse at some point, because, by adding that randomness to a safe situation, you give your opponent a chance to go wrong. So maybe this idea is worth a punt, we say. Is on the board. He's punting, as we say. Punting away.
Gambling.
Gambling is the other word.
Hustling is my word.
Hustling, that's right.
Swindling.
Yeah.
Like I did on the racetrack.
Oh, stop it, David.
Sorry, Simon.
If only my car worked properly. Just broke down.
But did it break down?
I didn't know where the right button was to reverse. No one told me. So I was sitting there thinking, what do I do? oh, where's the reverse? It's not on the stick. There's no stick. It's like, so it took me, I was a bit slow there.
I like how you were trying to get the card to move also a bit like...
So we just had a bit of body weight to try and move it around. I thought I got a bit of disadvantage on the straights, but if I throw my midsection into it, I might be able to swing around the corners. That was my tactic.
And even with 2 stops, it got super close.
It did, yeah. He drives like a granny, you know. So it's no surprise.
Got to be safe around corners.
He's like an old woman. It's like he's racing away. And yeah, actually, to be fair, he got much quicker. And
slow and steady wins the race, just like in
at the
chess.
end.
Are you known for that around your friends, David, to be a slow driver?
Maybe.
A safe driver.
Safe is the right word.
Exactly.
And meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen's bishop was forced to reverse there, forced to retreat back to e3, and no reverse gear here for Firouzja anymore because he has to simply go forward. It's all about speed. It's all about using that body weight, using the pawn's pieces to try and bully white backwards. But g4, I'm assuming this will be captured. What's Magnus thinking about here? Maybe he just doesn't want the black bishop to spring to life.
I have to say, I am waiting for the right moment tonight to say the magical words. Look at the bar. And it's
coming, Kai.
quite far up there. Is this looking really good for Magnus Carlsen?
It's looking very, very good. He's still a pawn up, and this time with a strategically winning position. We say that because white has the extra space in the centre. All of black's pawns on the dark squares will be weak for eternity. Black's dark square bishop blocked, but dynamically... OK, I wouldn't trust the bar 100% yet, because in human terms, there might be one chance for Firouzja to get back. And look at the bar. It's dropped.
It drops.
Oh, you got
Sorry, I stole it, Kai.
I think I was wondering if he could have gone knight h4 and g3 and just try to queen h5 and hold the light squares there, because this pin is really really horrible, isn't it, Ivanka?
I was even tempted to
maybe not even knight h4, but something like that.
Yeah, I was thinking like knight h4, and then after pawn takes pawn, just go forth and do your worst. I was even thinking pawn takes pawn, or maybe even the queen coming in. Just fun.
Yeah, looks like a very active play there. Was possible for Magnus. Queen to h5 looks very strong here. But instead, he played the safer move. Safe isn't always the best. Taking. And this pin, he ran out of it. But this has come at the cost of shattering his pawns here, Magnus Carlsen. And look at this. Firouzja is trying to step forward, is trying to attack, and Magnus meets that by a simple king shuffle.
Simple? Well, it's not nice moving the king like that. I think this randomizing idea that Firouzja has used of just going for it has worked very well here. It's actually now a free result game because the black queen can fly in, black's bishop is good, and there's some pressure here, surely. It's much better than it was.
Definitely. Do you think this will be like a story of our race? A slow start from Firouzja and then slowly catch it? Sorry, I'll stop bringing it down now.
The reverse button. He can't move the pawns backwards. No reverse.
No reverse.
So, you can only go forwards.
Actually, thinking about it, if white just takes a timeout, let's say I play a really kind of passive move just to defend this pawn, will black consider potentially kicking this bishop? Valuation bar doesn't necessarily improve, but kicking this bishop, and how is this bishop ever getting in the game, white's bishop now?
That's a good question. It can never move.
But that's true. That's a big downside to the position. But on the other hand, the king will have a super safe home on e2, and then the rooks can join the fun.
It's getting sharp. It's getting complicated. Your catchphrase might come in handy a bit later, Kaya. This one could certainly swing either way now.
Waiting for my moment. I have to say, Firouzja, he is down on the clock as well. Under 5 minutes now. Magnus Carlsen has more than 8 minutes, and it is pressure on for Alireza. Firouzja, he needs to win a game to be able to win the Julius Baer Generation Cup.
Ooh, Magnus plays a move, I said, a passive move that nobody really wants to play, but he just defends his b2 pawn. And now, big moment. Does Firouzja close it up, lock in that white bishop, but at the cost of some dynamism, or does he find something a bit more aggressive?
I think, as you said earlier, David, that Firouzja's the kind of player who likes to keep it fluid, keep it dynamic. And that move, locking down the bishop, looks really interesting, but maybe he'll keep it as... I don't expect him to play it here. I expect him to keep it a bit more flexible. If he can improve his pieces somehow, maybe he can get his rooks to a better square, rook f8, rook e8. And instead, he's decided just to open it up. Queen f3, maybe. Yeah. He's going for mate. Checkmate. Doesn't it end the game?
It does end the game. Yeah. And as we've seen, even the great Magnus Carlsen is not immune to the effects of checkmate.
This is looking really scary. If I was white here, I'd be terrified, actually.
Ooh.
So with the queen coming to f3 or something,
Yeah.
I would be like, hang on a minute, this has gone horribly wrong for Magnus.
And the queen is on f3, and there's a big trap on the board. So the whole point is that the white queen can't slide over to the e2 square, because then the queen would come down to h1, and that would be the checkmate that Simon was alluding to.
Yeah, and the queen on f3 just sits so comfortably there, and you can back it up with a rook coming around. OK, queen d1, clever move. If the queens come off, white will win, because he's a pawn up, but black can obviously try to stop that.
Yeah, black's queen has to move, but whoa, queen's off the board.
OK.
What? Swapping queens when you're a pawn down. Firouzja's banking and counterplay on the queen side. But surely this is not going to be sufficient. He's just going to get one active rook, but white's pawns later are going to start marching. And when they do, I really fear for black. Really counterintuitive, trading the queens. We were talking about checkmate 1 second ago.
I mean, this has maybe been a mistake that we've seen a couple of times here, because in the last game as well, Firouzja had the chance to keep the queens on the board and play for checkmate, but he decided not to. He decided to exchange the queens. And again, he's exchanged the queens off, so he can't play for checkmate anymore. And I think this has made it from a free result game where he could have won by keeping queens on to a game where I don't see how he can ever win this now, because he's a pawn down, you know, in the middle game, and there's just not enough counterplay about the queen, I would assume.
Plus, this is treading into Magnus's strengths, right? He's fantastic at the endgame. He's not only just a pawn up, he also has the better pieces. Firouzja, I think once again, if I'm going to criticize him, it's going to be the queen trades.
Yeah, it just feels maybe like we talked about Battle of Generations, maybe a little bit of kind of panic here, just maybe banking too much on calculation rather than general kind of feel, which Magnus kind of relies on. Sometimes you just can't calculate. You just have to say to yourself, it is that simple. I'm a pawn down. Do not trade queens. And I mean, my big advice against Magnus Carlsen is don't even go into an equal endgame against him. But here you're going into an endgame a pawn down. You're kind of giving him a standing start. You're giving him a massive kind of handicap lead on you here. And OK, all pawns on light squares, good kind of general chess wisdom there for Magnus, especially facing a dark squared bishop. Now, where is this black rook going? It's going to be slow. It's not going to be a quick knockout here, but Magnus, if he can consolidate, kind of step his king forward, start activating the white rooks, which are passive right now, then it feels inevitable at this point, kind of slow and steady. He will improve his position.
He has a nice time advantage as well on the clock. I mean, he's got this 8 minutes versus Alireza's 2.25 minutes. And what Alireza's got to try to do here, and he's trying, is to get his pieces just as active as he can. His dark square bishop has some nice squares in the diagonal, but white's bishop is very solid there, defending everything as well. It's going to be tough here, though, for black. I mean, if you can look at the pawn structure as well, just imagine all the rooks coming off. Black could be in a hopeless situation because the pawns are on dark squares, black's pawns, white's pawns are on light squares. What colour bishop it is? It's a dark square bishop, so that means all the endings without rooks will just be winning for white very easily, because white can target black's pawns, but black and his bishop can't target white's pawns. So there's that danger as well. Just add something else in.
And should I say it now? Look at the bar, you guys.
Do it, Kaya. Yeah. The bar, it feels like it's, well, the bar says it's winning.
Yeah.
But where is the knockout blow? Are there some tactics in the air? Jovanka, you're looking very intently at the board now.
Yeah, I was wondering whether you can get away with the rook check and then pushing the pawn to f4.
Yeah, it feels like this is in the air, either now or on the next move. For example, if you do throw the pawn forward, if this pawn is captured, then maybe your idea now, Jovanka, give a check, force the black king into the corner, and then what next? How to finish this one off? I wanted to say we just pin the bishop, but there are some nasty checks for the black rook. This is what Magnus Carlsen is calculating right now. Can he go straight for the win? The bar says yes, the evaluation bar. It's not obvious, though. I wanted to give this pin, but suddenly this check throws a real spanner in the works. No good square for the white king to go to. If you drop back to the light square, black can actually unpin himself by dropping back. And due to the fact this white rook is undefended, now protecting his piece, he's won the pawn back and survives.
Yeah, maybe in that line, you can actually, after f4, and the check, for example. The check is a good check.
He doesn't go for it. But...
I think you can just swap bishops and go king e3. And this ending should be, because you're going to swap a pair of rooks off with rook f1. And once you swap a pair of rooks off, the d6 pawn, I know you've given up a pawn this way, so it's risky, but this ending with rook f6 and e5 should be very unpleasant for black, at least.
So if I get you right, Magnus, he wants the rooks off.
He wants, I think, anything off at this point, as long as he keeps his pawn advantage. The problem is if you trade rooks, then, as Simon pointed out, white has the better bishop, white has the pawn majority in the centre. If you trade bishops, then it's actually, just as we showed in that variation, it's actually easier for white to start advancing the pawn majority. So any piece trades here pretty much favour white. That's the problem. That's the first thing you think about in endgames, kind of which exchanges, which trades suit me. And here, for white, it's everything pretty much.
Yeah.
So Firouzja just has to sit, and he's not allowing any trades yet. That's good.
Yeah, I like his last move, because now if the rook ever checks the black king doesn't have to hide in the corner. It can come towards the centre, maybe.
Just because of that, I was thinking the best move might be to move the bishop all the way to the edge of the board and just keep that king locked there on the g8 square.
Yeah, I mean, you could even throw a check in first as well, maybe. I mean, then move the rook to g8, but they're both bishop h6 looks a great idea, yeah. Here to stop the black king from coming towards the middle.
Oof.
But
so many tempting options here for Magnus.
There are, and this f4 move is always there, right? Just playing for f4, and in this case you could do the same thing. Sacrifice a pawn with f4, move your king forwards, and both your rooks are coming over to cause a lot of trouble. So there's many options here, and Magnus taken his time to think about it. But this is the best position Magnus has had so far today. There's no doubt about that. And Alireza, he's paying for that pawn sacrifice that he did. He's played so well today, but giving up the pawn like that so quickly, it was
a bit too creative.
Too creative, maybe. Yeah, that's something that the top talents actually suffer from, being too creative.
Oh.
You know, they try to do something special, you know, and they go over the top, and it actually backfires. And yeah, it's, you know, Alireza is one of those players that does do special things, but they can sometimes not work.
Yeah, rook to c2, just a slow improving move. And I'm inclined to agree, Simon. Every time I see these young players, we talked about it the other day with Abdusattorov, he's really it feels like he's just testing his boundaries, seeing how much he can get away with, how ambitious he can be without it backfiring. And sometimes it goes wrong. When you're young, you're inconsistent, that's natural. But when it works very, very well.
Exactly.
That's why these young players are rising towards the top. And I think in a few years' time, Firouzja is still super young, all of these teenagers, once they've kind of realised what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, what they can get away with, how hard they can push, then they'll just become even better. And I think that's why Magnus, we've talked about him provoking his opponents, pushing, kind of getting away with kind of these dodgy positions. He knows the risk levels that are acceptable, and they're getting to that level now. They're approaching him in terms of risk assessment.
Was Magnus like that as well when he was a teenager and maybe early 20s, where he would test his boundaries, basically?
Definitely. Trying all sorts of different openings. That's kind of step one. All sorts of different positions. Magnus was a grinder, now he's more aggressive.
Look at this move.
Talking of aggressive, yeah.
What a move this is.
Oh.
I mean, he's played a move, and again, look at the bar. So we've all got it in, Kai, and we're just ready.
Love it.
Come on. Yeah. And, but he's sacrificing a pawn back here, and his last move was to try and get his rook in on the c file. But what is the idea if black simply takes that pawn, which he has to do, right? He can't do anything else, otherwise he will. But I mean, this is actually looking like very close to checkmate now, even if black's not careful here.
Where do you even run? If you run away from the centre, then suddenly you get checked from another angle, and you get kicked, you get checked again, and the black king is forced to walk into no man's land, and I'm assuming there's a knockout blow here. I don't really see it immediately, but it feels like there is going to be a checkmate, maybe something like this, and the white rook can just come in. Maybe you just trap the black bishop, actually, in the centre. This looks deadly. Magnus is about to deliver this check, I'm assuming, and maybe that means the black king has to run towards the centre. And where is the finisher here? He doesn't even give a check.
Wow.
I was going to say here you can go for some nasty checkmates.
Yeah.
But, OK, Magnus just takes the slow approach, positional approach. He drops back, eyeing up this pawn. So he's given the pawn back its level material, but he has pinpointed a new weakness, and the black king's still in a bit of trouble.
I'm amazed by how Magnus is playing, because I expected this pawn sacrifice to be, aiming at the rook coming in, giving a check. I mean, that's just irresistible to probably 99% of the players. But Magnus, he sees chess in a different way, and instead he drops the bishop back and just goes for the weak b4 pawn.
Yeah, now what would you be inclined to do? Magnus, he's obviously looking at this pawn, but he's also got tempting options of a check, going for checkmate again. He can activate this rook, which is clearly the worst piece right now, not doing anything on b1. You could kind of bring it to the open file, try to kind of do that pincer movement, 2 rooks, trying to catch the black king.
Well, the problem is he didn't do it on the last go.
He's done it now. He's given a check.
Ah, OK. Well, now, what about this one, He's been inconsistent.
Yeah, the bar's dropping, and Firouzja's been really clever here. He's created an evacuation square, an escape square for his king. Now a check will be met with the king hiding out, and it's actually surprisingly safe on h7. This is the big difference. If Magnus had gone for it quicker, 1 move earlier, this black pawn would have been kind of back here, blocking the escape of the black king. Suddenly it's game on.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, and Magnus leans forward. It's like he heard you there, David. It's game on.
Yeah, I think he just missed. The black king's surprisingly safe on h7.
This bishop d2 move was very peculiar. It was very slow. I mean, had you checked, had you done the same thing you're pointing out, David, you would have forced black's king to go into the middle, and then you could have played bishop d2. So you can have the same position as this, but black's king could be in the middle of the board on a much more exposed square. So Alireza's back in the game now. His king's quite safe, and the h-pawn could even cause white some problems now. I mean, if you push it a couple more squares, it's going to be stabilised on h2. So game on.
Yeah, and he will be regretting his life choices, Magnus, giving back the material, and suddenly no obvious moves. You can give a check, you can try and catch that black king, but it's not going to get anywhere. And if you don't kind of have this material advantage, then suddenly the margin for error, what are you even playing with there? Black's rooks are ready to get active. This could turn. Magnus, whoa, retreating his rook. He's just lost 2 moves for free. The rook was here 2 moves ago. A sign of panic.
That's a really sad move to play, because you've gambited a pawn, then you've retreated your bishop, you've checked your opponent's king, then you moved your rook back. I mean, what's going on here? I mean, these are the kind of moves that you just really never want to play, because you're admitting to yourself, I've played some bad moves. And you can see he's trying to hide his face there, and he's not happy.
And look at the engine suggestions.
Whoa, OK, you're right, Kaya. There was only 1 move actually there to hold the balance for black. That was not easy. It was the black rook coming down to a3 to target white's b3 pawn, the weak pawn on the queen side. Instead, he's gone back. He's gone passive with his rook, Firouzja, and now advantage white again, but not obvious anymore. Magnus is in panic mode. He found his reverse gear, and I don't know if he's in the mood to go on the attack anymore.
What would be an attacking move now? What sign are we looking for that Magnus is attacking to win this game?
Well, I would expect the white rook on g1 to lift up to the g5 square and attack the pawn.
OK,
good move.
That's a target.
And black gives a pawn away just to lure the white king, distract the white king. And OK, once again, white is a pawn up. But is it enough this time? The black king is getting hit, getting checked, but the white king not entirely safe either.
Yeah. Both of the black rooks are on quite a funny... They can be hit by bishop e3, but I don't know if there's any tactic that makes that work. White's king is nicely situated in the centre of the board, but what is the move here? Is it to... Where do you put your rook?
Gives a check first of all, and whoa, look at the bar. Sorry, Kai, I'm stealing your words for you there. Look at the bar. It does drop after that last move. And
this is the wrong way.
I mean,
the king had to keep contact with the white rook. Now the white king is perfectly safe, and now you can start using your c2 rook. Move it up the board. Move it maybe down the board, actually, maybe down to c1.
This is a nice move as well. I mean, just trying to force the rooks off to give yourself a passed pawn. It looks like a nice move. Computer doesn't like it, but you see, this is a really nervy game. I mean, the bar fluctuations. I mean, you want to guess the accuracy of this game? This is certainly one of the lower accuracy games we've had.
Under 90
so far.
for both players.
Yeah, under 90, about 85%. And again, the bar just going crazy again. Yeah.
Ooh, Kaya. Look at the bar.
I know. Look at the time.
And rook h5, what a move, giving away the rook. But he's unpinned his bishop and the other rook falls. That was, look at it. The engine said it just below the board for a second there. That was the only winning move, and Magnus found it. And now it's winning because look at the Black King. It's so far away from all the action, which is actually going to take place now.
1 second.
Oh, the King's running, though. A second pawn's about to drop. Magnus can just defend. He's winning.
It can be 2 pawns up in the ending.
Again.
It's dramatic for Alireza Firouzja. 4 seconds on the clock in a losing position.
2 pawns down simply. White's B pawn is going to be the winner here. White's king is going to run out the way, clear the path for the B pawn to advance. There's no counterplay on the other side of the board. The Black King is active, but it's not threatening anything. Magnus can just continue advancing. There we go. B4, he's going to get his king out the way next move. Surely, should be winning now, but only a few seconds each. This is a bullet game. Mistakes could still happen. He's blocked his own pawn. That's bizarre.
The bar's going down.
Really strange stuff. And now the Black King is kicking away this white rook. The E-pawn will fall.
He's lost 1 pawn. And what about the other pawn as well? I mean, you know, this is getting very close to being a draw now. We're going to get a rook and pawn ending. White only has 1 pawn left.
Yeah, but this is but this one is lost for Black.
The Black King's just too passive here.
Pure panic, and suddenly the White King is going to move out the way with gain of tempo, hitting the Black rook, and the White D-pawn has a clear path through. It's going to run. That's going to be a new queen. And Firouzja, I think he's resigned.
You can see Magnus shaking his head there as well. I think they're both quite shocked with that game.
But that is heartbreak for Firouzja. Magnus Carlsen wins Game 3. Alireza Firouzja, he is now in a must-win situation in Game 4 to take it to Armageddon, to have any chances of winning the Julius Baer Generation Cup. It's looking great for Magnus Carlsen after a dramatic game. Back and forth, the bar came alive. What happened here, David?
The bar came alive. This was a crazy game. Magnus was mostly in control, but he did give Firouzja some big chances to hold. And even just 3 or 4 moves before the end, it was technically a draw. Firouzja just didn't have enough time on the clock to find that path. Magnus here went for it. He went for broke. He went for gold here with king to c6, hitting this pawn. The Black rook correctly took here, and now a difficult only move to save the draw. We can forgive Firouzja for not finding this. This is almost impossible. Instead of defending his rook, instead of reacting to the attack on his bishop as well, he had to forget everything and try to hit the white rook. This would have broken the white coordination and forced the draw, but this was difficult and it would still have continued. Instead, trading off these bishops allowed the white king to move out of the way, and this was the winner. Firouzja resigned because no way to prevent a queen now from appearing on the board.
A great game by Magnus Carlsen. He takes the lead in the grand final. And with only 1 game to go, it's must-win situation for Alireza Firouzja. He has to win Game 4 to take it to Armageddon. And that game is coming up in a few minutes, but first, a quick break.
1 minute, 10 seconds. Every second counts.
Hikaru Nakamura is surviving.
We're rookie 8. Whoa! He blundered his queen. He's got 40 more seconds. He needs to burn. Rookie's losing. Oh my God! He's gonna flag. No! He flagged! He flagged! He flagged! Oh my God! Oh my God! He made it! Oh my God!
Strong there, wait! Oh, get him on the board!
He's just gonna move quickly.
Oh! Oh my gosh!
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Magnus Magnus Carlsen has taken the lead in the grand final. And this guy is actually a former coach of Magnus Carlsen. He is also the reigning Norwegian chess champion 41 years after he won the title for the first time. At 16 years old, he was able to beat Boris Spassky. And at the same time as being one of the world's best chess players, he was also playing for the national team in football, or soccer, if you want. Today, Simen Agdestein is the head coach for the chess players at the Norwegian High School for Elite Sports.
We're about to enter the trainers session of the Norwegian College of Elite Sports. And this is the chess department. It kind of starts already out here because I need some space for my books. They say that it's kind of a Norwegian school, which is, we focus on having fun, to put it simple. At the moment, there are 13 students here over 3 years. So it's the best in Norway, I would say, the best juniors in Norway. Perhaps even this sofa is a little bit legendary, perhaps. Magnus has been lying here. He normally came into his office, he just stretched out his hand, just picked anything, and started reading just anywhere. I think this was fashionable in the 1970s. The missions are high. We want to have international masters, grandmasters, world champions. We have had a couple of them, actually. At the moment, most of my students are 2,000 in rating and more. And I have a couple of GM candidates. Ja, 5-2. It is important to be fit, but kind of at our level, we practice kind of because it's fun. That's the main reason we practice, and it's good to go out a little bit. It's about the way of thinking. I think it's similar. If it's chess or football or basically anything, breaking barriers, such things. It's easy to be distracted with too much respect, but if you kind of broken such barriers, you get kind of dizzy when you kind of meet the best in the world if you're not kind of mentally prepared. I beat Boris Spassky when I was 16. I'd kind of broken some barriers. I've played with the very best in the world. So I've kind of discovered early that they weren't inhuman. And I played against Italy. I played Franco Baresi. He was world champion.
How cool is it to have Simen, a legend in Norwegian chess, as your teacher every day?
I think it's very interesting and very cool because he has a lot of stories and obviously he's very good at chess. So.
It's a wonderful experience and I really appreciate the opportunity we have here at Fentinga.
It is very special and very cool in Norway to have an elite sports high school with a group of chess players as well. Simen, he did coach maybe one of the greatest chess players of all time, Magnus Carlsen. I'm excited now to hear the lists. Top 5 GOATs in chess. You have all been asked to pick your top 5s. I'll start with you, Rebecca. Who do you think are the best chess players of all time?
Well, I kind of wanted a combination between historical figures and current figures as well. And I was also kind of very aware that I wanted them to be very influential one. And so my one in number 5 is Vera Menchik. She was the first women's world champion, also 8-time women's world champion, and you know, just incredible. She competed amongst the top men as well in the world. And think about it, it was also in the 1920s, and she sadly died in 1944 because of the World War and London Blitz. And then I was also had a toss-up between historical champions, and it was like my romantic side, my scientific side, and in the end, the scientific side won, and I was like, okay, Mikhail Botvinnik, and that was to do with the fact that he inspired several of the future generations. He made chess a science. And then, of course, number 3 is Judith Polgar, one of my favorite female players. She just shattered the barriers. She broke Bobby Fischer's record, and I could just go on and on about her all day. Yeah. Incredible player.
Beaten so many world champions.
Being in the world's top 10. So she was my number 3. Number 2, Garry Kasparov, a man that I grew up absolutely idolizing. I loved his style of play. And for me, number 1...
Ooh, drum roll.
The the man playing in the tournament here, Magnus Carlsen.
The GOAT for Jovanka is Magnus Carlsen. And Simon, I'm excited to hear your list now. Are you agreeing with Jovanka on some of these names?
I am actually agreeing with Jovanka quite a lot for probably the first time ever. No, I'm joking. But my number 5 is Bobby Fischer. I think you have to have Bobby Fischer on the list. He really made chess so popular, especially over in America, and it became cool in the 70s when he won the World Championships. So he was a legend in the game. Number 4 for me was Paul Morphy, which is a bit of a surprise, but I personally loved the way he played chess. He was called the pride and sorrow of the game. He gave up and died far too early, but his games were magical, and it was that romantic era of chess which he really played, and really good games to look at. And then Judith Polgar, number 3. I think you have to have her on the list because she was just so strong, and you know, her and her sisters did so many great things and inspired so much as well. Then Garry Kasparov, he was number 2. Yeah, I'm following you here. You can't have a list without Garry. He was a really energetic player. Brilliant player, and number 1. Well, yeah. I mean, we know who number 1 is, right? I mean, number 1 is the one and only, the legend of the game, Magneto, the great Carlsen, and I think he has to be number 1. I don't think there's any talk about that at all.
Yeah, at only 32 years old.
He's still got time to do more
exactly.
as well. So, yeah, he's still young. So, yeah.
All right. Well, David, do you agree, or will you have someone else on top? Let's start with your number 5.
We'll see. Number 5. This is maybe controversial. I've gone for Beth Harmon. She might not be real. She might be a fictional character. But you talked about influence, Jovanka, and she has brought chess to a wider audience. The Queen's Gambit, everyone who came to chess through watching that show, I think we have to thank her for that. And, of course, she beat the world champion there, so she was pretty good.
Creative, I like it.
Number 4, Judith Polgar. Coolest, one of the nicest people in chess, as well as a legend and a monster on the board. Then Bobby Fischer, number 3. Garry Kasparov, number 2, and Magnus Carlsen, number 1.
There we have it.
There we go.
You all agree. Garry Kasparov, number 2. Magnus Carlsen is the one that our experts in the studio think is the greatest chess player of all time, the GOAT of chess. And right now, he is only 1 game away from winning his 3rd tournament on the Champions Chess Tour 2023. He will win the Julius Baer Generation Cup with a draw or a win in this Game 4 against Alireza Firouzja. That means it is must win for the French 20-year-old. He has the right pieces. And what does he need to do right now, Simon?
Win.
Yeah. Simple as that.
That's right.
And what do we think about his opening?
Interesting.
Wow. Yeah. B3, not 1B3, which has become famous as a very ambitious move these days, but a spin on the Sicilian. This is relatively rare, you've got to say. No open Sicilians, nothing too direct, but it's really flexible. And it's forced Magnus Carlsen to think. This is, I think, a decent winning attempt by Firouzja. Nice opening try here. Definitely caught Magnus off guard.
And an opening that makes me happy because I remember when I was still an E4 player, I was struggling in the main lines. They were way too sharp for me. So I was thinking, oh, how can I just switch things up again a bit? And I came up with this move as an alternative. And the idea is quite simple. You just want to develop your bishop to the long diagonal. And if you're allowed, push up the e-pawn 1 square further and then put the bishop on d3 and attack, attack, attack. See, at one point in my life, I was a hacker.
Oh.
Yeah? No, I'm not like a computer hacker.
Oh, okay. I can see that. I can kind of see that.
Suddenly I saw you go, oh. And I thought, oh, my goodness me. No, I like to attack. I like to throw pieces towards my opponents.
So that means you're sort of hacking the other the opponent's side of the chessboard?
Yes.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a computer hacker. Anyone who knows me knows that. I was watching my streams, knows that I'm constantly having to call for technical help.
Yeah, I had to help you turn the computer on earlier.
Literally.
Literally.
So, yeah.
Maybe like accidental hacking.
Another hacker here with us, Simon. What are your thoughts on this opening?
I think it's a great choice, and I think we can already see it's a great choice because Magnus has sunk into a 2-minute think here. And there's a lot of venom in this move, actually. One of our compatriots, Luke McShane, who was called the strongest amateur chess player in the world, used to play this system quite a bit. And there's a couple of ways that black can play against it. I've looked at this as well because I think, like you, Ivanka, I didn't want to learn the main lines because I was too lazy. So I wanted to learn a sideline, and b3 seemed like a good move. I mean, you put the bishop on b2, fantastic diagonal, and black's got to make this decision now. And what does black do? There's a number of ways you can play. You can develop one of your knights. You can even challenge that pawn on e4. I think that's probably the most direct move, either with the pawn or with the knight as well. Knight f6.
And play d5 the other way.
d5, yeah. And I think this is following. We were talking about Bobby Fischer, and it's really hard, that list, to put them in the right order. I mean, you know, it's going to have so much discussion because Bobby Fischer could be number 2 as well. I'm not going to say number 1 on that list. But I'm sure Bobby Fischer had a game in this precise line with the white pieces. And I think this is considered to be slightly better for white. But a solid choice from black, d5, David.
Really solid. And the main line here, as far as I know, okay, the players are kind of choosing the moves now really quickly. But after black takes here, after a trade of pawns in the center, white castles. And the whole idea is to quickly deliver a check. And it's actually a bit reminiscent of the previous game where Magnus Carlsen's king got caught in the center of the board. He's taken with the knight instead. But either way, it's all about the bishop landing on this diagonal and maybe white blowing open the center while he is ahead in development. So, yep, still early days here, but I really like the opening choice from Firouzja. I think this gives him the best bet of winning. There's no guarantees in a must-win situation, even against, well, in any scenario, let alone against the best in the world. But he has caught Magnus slightly off guard, forced him to think, and he will get attacking chances. It's going to be imbalanced at least. No kind of boring, symmetrical endgames. This one is going to give white chances later in the game.
100% agree. And white has very easy moves to play as well. I mean, white can castle, white can check the black king. These moves just natural. And it's nice having easy moves because you can save your time for the middle game. And you can see that Magnus took on d7 with his knight. That's not ideal because the knight on d7 is a very badly placed piece actually as well. But it's the most solid choice because you keep everything guarded here. But can you check and go queen e2? This is the first thing that springs to my mind, trying to stop Magnus from castling, because that'd be great, right, if we can stop him from castling.
That's actually the main move. Another alternative is actually to challenge the center immediately by pushing the pawn forward. And I just got to tell you about the stats. The stats are significantly in white's favor here. 67% of the games have finished in a white victory.
Wow, 67.
67, yeah.
That's huge, and that's not even counting draws, right?
Nope.
Wow. So the main... Sorry, Simon, the main reason
massive
white is doing well here is because black can't castle. You're tied down to this bishop. If you castle, it simply falls off the board. And simply no way to compensate for this loss of a piece. So your king is stuck, stranded in the center again. Magnus Carlsen makes it work. We've mentioned kind of treading that fine line between brilliance and disaster. He's kind of poised here if it gets to the endgame for that king to be nice and active in the middle of the board. But well, with queens on, this looks really, really dangerous. And what to do about this? You need to contort yourself here. You don't really want to step away from this pin. You can move your bishop, yes, later, but this rook is now kind of stuck in the corner forever. You're playing basically without that rook for the near future. And, okay, Magnus brings his rook across. Wow, this is creative. He's going to zigzag his rook up the board and block the white queen. So white has 2 moves to do something to hit before black is ready.
Yeah, because and there's quite a nice idea here. I mean, if you ever try knight g5, maybe black can castle. Was that right? No, can't still castle because it's a pin. Okay, but knight g5 is not a very good move. But I want to stop that idea. But I'm not in a good situation to play something so aggressive at the moment. No. Interesting idea, rook c8 though. You know, funny way to get the rook around.
Feels like white needs to do something with these pieces, still asleep at home. But yeah, Firouzja with a lot of choice. Let's leave him with this big decision. He basically has those 2 tempi, as we say in chess, 2 moves before Magnus is ready to bring his rook around, kind of release the tension, block everything. If he doesn't strike now, Firouzja, then Magnus will solve his opening problems. We do see the bars on his side, so there must be a way. It's just about finding it. I wouldn't be surprised if Firouzja actually invests 5 or 6 minutes here, because it is that important. The stakes are that high in this exact position.
Yeah.
Crazy position here.
Yeah.
And it's not only must-win for Alireza to be able to win the tournament. Remember, he needs to win the tournament to be guaranteed a spot in Toronto in the Tour finals. If he doesn't win, he still has to fight for the points in the final regular event. That will be in 3 weeks. I don't think he is thinking about that right now. He just really wants to win this game. Do you see chances for him to do just that, David?
Definitely. And I got to say, I love this move from Firouzja. He didn't follow my wisdom. He played this move really quickly, and I'm so impressed. This is not an obvious move. It's not a conventional move. Normally, as we pointed out, the bishop wants to land on an even longer diagonal than this. Usually the home for this bishop is the b2 square, where you're staring across the board. But this whole move, the whole idea here is really sophisticated. He's basically fighting against Black's plan. He knows what Magnus wants to do, and he's saying, no, you cannot do that. If Black's rook lifts up the board now, look at this tension. The bishop is blocked, but it can open up this diagonal by sacrificing a knight, just blowing open the center. The knight now hits the rook, stops the black rook from using this square, also wants to land on the beautiful, the dreaded f5 square. And if you take this knight, of course, then your position collapses. Bishop takes e7, and this will be deadly for the black king. What an idea. Really rare, but really nice concept.
Nice idea. Been played 2 times.
It's been played 2 times already? Oh, wow, OK. I mean, great opening choice by Alireza here. He's found something that can cause Magnus problems in the opening, and you rarely see this because Magnus is so well prepared, and he has some problems now. He can't do his plan of moving the rook. He can't castle. Obviously, if Black could castle here, Black would be fine, but he can't. He can't get his king safe, and White can still develop. He can bring his knight out. He can place a pawn in the center, trying to open it up. And there's a lot of danger here for Black. How does Black try to get his king safe here? This is a big question. It's not easy to see because you can't move your queen. You get checkmated on e7. I mean, you can't really move your knights. Do you have to move your king? But that looks ugly as well. I mean, very difficult position for Black to play here.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because the 2 games that I have in the database, both of them, I don't know whether it was by error or by plan, but they both went rook to the c6. They allowed White the trick.
And how did those games end up, Jovanka?
One ended in a draw, the other one ended in White winning.
Not just promising stats for Magnus.
Just seems like a blunder, doesn't it? As you pointed out, David, that nice tactic of rook c6, knight d4, beautiful, beautiful idea. And Magnus needs to use his time now because one bad move, you just lose this position.
Really? It's that critical right now?
Yeah.
Already.
King stuck in the middle on the open file. It's scary. Scary stuff. So
we've seen it a couple of times this tournament, games we would call miniatures, knockouts in under 20 moves, and this has the potential for that again. And I think that's why we see Magnus Carlsen's body language. We're used to seeing him really relaxed, but I think he's a bit kind of just bemused here. He's thinking, how, with very natural moves, am I in this much trouble potentially as Black? And in the end, he decides on the move a6. Minimizing his time disadvantage, I was going to say as well. He was 3.5 minutes down on the clock, nearly 4 minutes down there. And, OK, he decided a6 here. The idea, I guess, is to advance pawns on the queen side to eventually target and kick away White's bishop, but it looks so slow. He's just banking on the fact that maybe there's no immediate way for White to kind of continue this attack to build the momentum. Yeah. What moves come to mind here?
Well, knight d4 again is quite interesting, trying to get the knight to f5. So couple of moves. I mean, that would be one idea, putting a pawn on d4. I'm just trying to find, because again, this position is really critical timing-wise, because if Black is able to calm the position down, play these pawn pushes and castle, he won't be in any trouble at all. So as White here, you've got to think of ways to do things quickly to maintain your advantage. You can't play, you can't play slowly here. So a move like knight d4 is quite logical, but it's probably very easy to stop that idea of moving the knight to f5. Just play g6, I guess, is very simple, stopping that one idea. So you can maybe put a pawn on that square, or just develop another piece as long as you've got an idea behind it. But maybe moving a pawn is a critical option.
My vibe is move the pawn forward. But the problem is that once the rook comes to the c6 square, then you don't have your knight d4
Yeah, it's actually really clever, really sophisticated by Magnus. This is a deep move, his last move, pawn to a6. He's basically waiting, slightly improving his position, but he's waiting for Alireza to play the move he wants to play, like Ivanka says, because actually you block that square from your own knight. And it's like a waiting game. It's saying, OK, I know you want to play this move, but that will help me as black. And now the rook will come across. And if you do take a pawn, for example, as soon as the black rook lands on this square, blocking this tension along the e-file, breaking the pin, suddenly black will be ready in the next move or two to castle and most likely win the pawn back as well. So, OK, Firouzja's gone for something else. He's played pawn to c4. This is a trap, of course. You cannot now push this pawn forward because of this tactic we've been mentioning, knight takes pawn, and the knight is poisoned because suddenly the bishop behind it would fall. So, OK, he's asking different questions, and note how he's left this d4 square empty for his knight to land on. Both players playing really, really well right now. This is really high-level chess, and Magnus, he's got to continue finding these deep concepts just to survive. The center is about to explode, and this is kind of instructive from Firouzja. Always open the center if your opponent's king is weak, especially if it's stranded, uncastled, and especially if you're ahead in piece development. That's what he's going for right now.
So do you think this will be another game where Magnus does not castle his king?
It's looking that way right now. It's looking unlikely that the black king can ever move without dropping the bishop. It has to stay in the center just to protect. He would love to somehow find some maneuvers to block the e-file and get that black king to safety, but normally, I remember one of my first coaches was saying, always castle by move 12, otherwise you'll get checkmated. And it's move 11. Although it doesn't feel as if you're playing too safe right now, if you're Magnus Carlsen.
Thinking for 2 minutes on this move, Magnus Carlsen. What will he do?
I don't see a sensible move here, or at least a natural kind of productive move.
I am also lost as well because I just don't see anything natural. And we do see Magnus move his knight to the f8 square, getting ready to put it on e6. So, okay, maybe Magnus is just going to curl up into a little ball, you know, then put the knight onto g6 and then castles.
Yeah, I mean, I think both e6 and g6 are good squares to the knight. Just get castled then. 2 moves and he'll be out of danger, right? If he can move the knight and castle, but that gives white 2 moves to stop that.
Well, we are hoping for an Armageddon to decide this grand final, and it's not looking impossible right now.
No, definitely on the cards if Firouzja is energetic enough here. Knight on f8, we need more rhymes for that one. But yeah, 2 moves, as you said. How can Alireza continue the action? He's got 2 moves. I wanted to bring my knight out here as black, but I don't see how to continue after the black knight blocks. And it's only 1 move. And Magnus is on paper saying this in interviews. Ivanka, you know this one better than me, I think, but he said if you're 3 moves away from castling, you're in big, big trouble. If you're 2 moves away, you can survive. If you're 1 move away, you should be okay. And here he's just 2 moves away, so he's on the brink, balancing on the edge of being all right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a really shaky position. I mean, I was thinking after this knight retreat that white will simply go, okay, you go backwards, I go forwards, and move with the knight. Look, I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking knight to d4.
Okay, knight to d4. Ivanka, it's the top computer move. We see the engine suggestions below the screen there. Nice one. Jumping in this time to f5. And we talked earlier about how you have to stop that. You have to stop the knight landing on the beautiful f5 square, but suddenly this would backfire. I'm not sure exactly why, but maybe it's just because this pin is unbreakable now and this black knight is sitting silly on the f8 square. Knight in f8, there might be checkmate this time.
Oh!
I'm looking at ideas like queen to e5 and... Oh, okay, computer hates it, but just some ideas of taking this knight, which is pinned.
Maybe you can just go knight c3.
That's what I thought. Scenario. Introduce everyone to the party.
Yeah. Look at all the white attacking pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Black's basically fighting with a lone king and a couple of pieces around it, but all the fun for white right now. And if he finds this move, computer says it's less than a +1 advantage, but it's the type of advantage that could grow and just go through the roof if Magnus doesn't defend well. Knight to d4 would be strong.
Is it also a move that, for a human eye, will look much stronger than for a computer?
Yeah.
Normally, it might not be obvious, but here it's been a recurring theme over the last 3 or 4 moves already, so it's already high on Firouzja's radar.
Fighting to win this game, Alireza Firouzja, and take it to Armageddon against Magnus Carlsen. I have to say, Magnus looks chill. He knows he has a second life. Both in this match and in the grand final. If he does lose it in Armageddon, then there will be a grand final reset with best out of 2 rapid games and potentially Armageddon to decide it.
That would have been fun, Armageddon. Yeah. Or maybe it still will be fun, but Firouzja needs to be decisive here. Okay, he jumps in with the knight to a different square, but this was also on the computer's list of candidate moves. It looked promising, and okay, this time we see black's replies, and only 2 moves keep the damage under +1 here for white, which would kind of signal a large edge there. And I'm not sure they're totally obvious, Simon. The computer's saying either block the center with black's d-pawn, just close it down, or use the black rook to defend the black bishop on the 7th rank.
They're both very passive. I mean, it might be worth just showing why knight e6 doesn't work now, because black really wants to castle. So you'd love to play knight e6, right? I mean, that is a move where black is now ready to castle. If he gets one more move, he's fine. Maybe he's even better in this position. But it's white's move, and white can now strike with knight takes f7. I mean, there might be a knight d4 here, just maybe holding on, but I don't believe it. So
at the very least, you take this queen and this endgame. I guess you're a pawn up.
Yeah.
At the very end here, but just to show the point, Simon, knight takes f7, destabilizing the protection of the knight on e6, and boom, queen takes e6 here, killer attack. You've won a pawn, and we'll win the game. So yeah, this is the idea. Really nice move. Also, if the knight goes to g6 to protect its bishop, this was the other direction we were talking about, then the knight is just eliminated on that square, and the game continues with black's king in the middle. Still stranded. Just to show the computer's top moves here, very sophisticated rook c7, defending the bishop before it gets directly hit again. That's not obvious at all. He's played knight g6, Magnus Carlsen. Ooh, and computer hates it. Knight takes g6 looks kind of automatic here. Maybe you don't even need to rush. Maybe you just blow open the center. Wow, and again, computer, thank you, Stockfish. You're helping us out here massively. Pawn to d4, just explode the position, and this is winning for white, apparently. Over +2 advantage.
Wow.
That's decisive.
Wow. And you did say that is kind of the way Alireza likes to play as well, exploding open the center.
Yeah, exactly. Just to show the idea, if pawn takes pawn now, we trade the knights off first, and once again, the bishop is open. 3 attackers on this square, only 2 defenders.
Great chance of getting Armageddon.
I know! Exciting times, you guys. Can Alireza Firouzja win this game to take it to the Armageddon? It's looking good. The bar is liking the situation for Alireza Firouzja. Magnus Carlsen in trouble here. But he has been quite resourceful today, Magnus Carlsen, fighting out of some difficult situations.
He's been very resourceful with a bit of a helping hand from Alireza. But pawn to d4 here simply must happen. I was talking about trading knights first, but actually there might be some counterplay against the white king on the h-file. And, oh, he doesn't play the pawn to d4. He finds the second best move, but now Magnus is still alive. Pawn to d4 might just have been a knockout.
It's very good. Yeah, I mean, opening the center, open the position where your opponent's king is trapped there. It's kind of quite logical. This move also does seem very logical, right? You develop your last piece, you put some pressure on black's center, and white still has the advantage, no doubt about that. But this may give black a chance to consolidate things somehow, possibly pushing the pawn, or can he ever get castled? He still can't get castled here, right? I mean, I think it makes sense to play that d4 move right now, first of all.
Yeah, it's natural, right? You want to correct your pawn structure. Also, you want to eliminate the possibility of trades in the middle. And also, Alireza is such an active player. I'm sure that in the next move, he will also be thinking about just exploding everything.
He's played it.
Yeah, it is on the board. Magnus, accurate when he needs to be.
Yeah.
Sometimes you know what your opponent wants to play. Magnus was aware maybe that d4 is an idea for white, so he's blocked it, locked it down, and prevented d4 by playing it himself, simply. And yeah, I'm surprised by Firouzja's move. I mean, it was natural, but now the follow-up is less natural, putting the knight on the edge of the board. There are some threats. Due to the fact that the black bishop is kind of in a pin right now, there might be threats to capture on the c5 square. White's knight and bishop, what else are they doing on the edge of the board other than attacking that black pawn on c5? But yeah, this is the thing. After the black king moves, suddenly you're stuck with 2 bad pieces, and the stakes are higher now. If you don't strike in the next few moves, you're just kind of regretting those 2 pieces. I'm really surprised, got to say. Not just because we saw the evaluation earlier and we saw that white did have a winning move, helping hand, which the players don't have, of course, but just because it looks unnatural putting the knight on a4 like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that Alireza simply forgot that the Black King can move to f8, because for so long it hasn't been a great move. And now suddenly it is. It's just one of those things. And still the position, I feel, is very murky. There's still a lot of danger for both sides. David kind of mentioning that Alireza's pieces on the A line, there's four of them there, they ain't good. But on the other hand, Magnus still has problems with his king and with the rook on h8. Anything can happen. And as the clocks tick down, well, it's going to get even more exciting.
Yeah.
Suddenly, I would think I would take black. I just feel that white has no obvious moves here, and unless you find something, then things are going to change. Queen to f3. Okay, he's hitting a pawn on the diagonal with that white queen, the pawn on b7 hanging. But feels like black should be able to deal with this in several different ways. You can defend that pawn with the queen. Slightly tempting to push that pawn if Magnus is feeling ambitious, aggressive. Firouzja's trying to make things work with tactics. Oh, it feels like we're reaching, like we've been building up to this point, and okay, he hits the knight in the center now. If there's a trade of knights, if white's knight goes and captures the black knight, then the h-file will open, the white king not entirely safe.
Ooh.
Yeah, I agree with this Twitch comment. The computer hates everything nowadays, but especially in these complicated positions when there's so many tempting moves on every turn.
Yeah.
Accuracy is hard to maintain, especially when the nerves are high.
Yeah. I'm talking about maintain. I think that Alireza should be maintaining that knight there on e5. I drop it back to the d3 square. And as David says, do not trade off knights. That's exactly what black would want, because the rook there on h8 would suddenly get a lease of life.
Yep, he has to keep pieces on the board. He has to attack. He has to win this game.
Yeah.
Alireza Firouzja.
Can you see that from the decisions he's constantly making now, that he has to win this game?
Yeah. He's been taking big risks. He's chosen a great opening, but he hasn't found that killer blow. I think that's something we saw, for example, yesterday in the clash between Firouzja and Denis Lazovic, that amazing final game there, where Denis had it pretty much in the bag, but finishing off these top players in the world, that's another level. That's the hardest thing to do. And okay, Magnus solidifies his queenside, connects all his pawns there. What next? Firouzja needs to open something. He needs to do it quickly. Black King still not castled, so the black rook on h8 still jailed, still kind of unable to enter the action. Oof. Okay, I said I'll take black. Who's agreeing with me? Who's disagreeing here? I want to know. Because it is a crazy position still.
Just for fun, I'm going to choose white, precisely because of this move. You know, I was thinking you have to make sense of those pieces on the edge of the board, and the computer hates this, but on a practical level, I think this is good. White now has a very simple plan of just putting those rooks on the open B line, and the white knight can spring forward, and I forgot the most important thing, there is a pawn under fire there on a6.
Oh, trust you to spot that pawn, Jovanka. Yeah, why not grab it? Why not get greedy? And again, we see Stockfish, the computer, suggesting king to g8. That's not obvious. The black king is on a slightly open diagonal, but running towards the corner when it looks like your house is on fire on the other side of the board. Yeah. Slightly counterintuitive. First, he trades a set of pieces, not allowing white to grab any pawns, and then he runs. And, OK, white is playing with an extra piece. That black rook on h8, we've been talking about it a bit, but still stuck.
Yeah, time for Alireza to consolidate the c4 pawn and then just work on targeting the b6 pawn. And no, Alireza playing very actively with the queen, making every pawn grabber on the planet very happy.
Yeah, shout out to Yasser Serawan, who will be very happy with this move, going after these two black pawns now. One of them's going to drop. And, OK, how to best defend this for black? Magnus, the problem for him is defending is so much harder than attacking, especially now the clocks are ticking down. And, yeah, it's not going to be hard, not going to be easy, sorry, to survive these next few moves.
OK.
Still tightrope, as said there in the feature chat. This is balancing on a knife edge, especially for Magnus. Stakes are high.
Yeah. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left for Magnus Carlsen. Only 3 seconds increment, but he still looks so chill. Magnus Carlsen, he has been in this situation so many times. With a draw or a win, he's going to win the Julius Baer Generation Cup. It's getting so close for him.
Experience. Is that going to be the key? What do we think? It's the battle of the generations.
Yeah.
Experience of time scrambles, defending bad positions.
I don't know, but this generation, they're so experienced. Like, I saw an interview with Jan Christoph Duda, and he was like, I play 20,000 games online.
Holy cow.
And I remember when Alireza was playing the candidates, do you remember he had an all-night session playing bullet chess? And it was constant chess. So
we have seen the stats actually before, right? These two have played so many blitz and bullet games against each other. I think on Lichess is where we've seen that, maybe.
Yeah, and I mean, there's other sites, of course, but guess how many games Firouzja has played on chess.com alone? Blitz, bullet, full-time controls. I've just pulled up the stats.
How many, David?
32,457.
Wow.
It's a lot of time spent playing chess.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's only played chess for a little over 10 years. Remember, he revealed that yesterday. Incredible how he's become one of the best players in the world in only a little over 10 years.
Simon, how many games do you think you've played in your lifetime?
Loads. I don't want to look. It'll be. There used to be this. Then maybe they still have it on one of the big chess sites where you can actually see what percentage of the year you're playing chess, and I think it also gives you a percentage of your life. So it's like you have been playing chess for like 5% of this year. And I did this one time, and it was like, I don't know what the number was, but it was far too high. And I was like, oh my God, I've got to get out and get some fresh air. This is terrible. It's such a scary stat, saying you've literally spent 10% of your life sitting at a computer playing chess. And I was like, oh, yeah.
But then again, what would be a better thing to spend your time on? Not that much.
Just like going for a walk occasionally, or just
boring.
like, yeah. I mean, you can play a bit of chess, but you've got to have a break now and again, So I wonder what the highest percentage is of anyone who plays chess. It's probably like 40% or something. I bet there's someone there who just plays chess, moving that mouse all day and all night until they sleep. There must be. So yeah, it's scary.
I remember reading.
Oh no, you got my page up now. I don't want to know, David. I just don't want to know. Just don't tell me.
Okay,
please. No.
Firouzja's a pawn up on the board while Magnus is thinking how to compensate. Let's do a guess, Kaya Jovanka.
God,
how many games has Simon played on chess.com alone?
By the way, I have played for quite a long time. I just want to put that out there.
So Firouzja had somewhere above 30,000.
Yeah.
I'll go 60,000.
Ooh, slightly on the high side, but Jovanka?
I'd go the same, 30,000.
Okay, 25,378.
I thought it was a lot worse than that. That's okay, but I play like they're like 2-hour games, like classical chess. 7 hours each per game. So, what about David? No, I've got to get him back now.
I can't
David,
remember. Anyway,
you can't remember.
Back to the position.
All
Back to the
right. David, you've got to tell us what you've got now. That's only fair. Come on.
Okay. Remember, David also usually plays for, 5, 6, 7 hours when he plays over the board.
He does. Yeah,
conservatively. Only 11,300 on chess.com. That's only one of them.
Yeah. And 100,000 somewhere else.
Yes. Anyway, back to the game, and we talked about pawn grabbing. Firouzja has grabbed a pawn. Everything else looks still hasn't changed too much, but it's just the clock times. They have been ticking down. And also the Black Knight landing on f4. That's very good news for Magnus Carlsen. At least for the first time in this game, he has some active play, some counterplay. The White King, no defenders around it as well, so he needs to somehow generate activity on that flank. I'm looking at the Black Rook in the corner on h8. There we go. Comes to life, hits the White Queen across the 5th rank. That is blocked, however, and Magnus has quickly replied, he's trying to force a rook trade. At least this would help him in terms of one passive piece being traded off for White's very active rook in the centre, but still a pawn down.
It's been very interesting, this game, all the way through. I mean, it was Alireza who was attacking, but now Magnus has kind of turned that around. I mean, he sacrificed the pawn, but he's got this initiative. You look at White's king. White doesn't have any pieces around the king, but the Black Knights are getting nearer to the White King. So Alireza, he's just got to try to defend any attack. Checkmate is threatened on the board now. That queen, so the White Queen defends it. They're both short of time. If he can just stop the attack here, then Alireza should be doing very well here.
Yeah.
Can he stop the attack, though?
Well, how is Black going to continue the attack? because the queen and the knights are kind of all working together from a long distance. They're only pointing at the G2 square. It has been covered by the queen. Next move by Alireza will be to introduce the rook to the E7 square.
Yeah, he's coming in. He needs to do something, Magnus. He needs to somehow zigzag his rook over to the G file, go for the G2 pawn. Or he needs to do something, and he needs to do it quickly. He could also maybe try and threaten the white queen, but look at the clock times. Oh, he has played queen to c6, and okay, he's cut out the idea of bishop landing on the d6 square. I think you might be right, Jovanka. The white rook needs to activate maybe into the position. At some point, you need to get these two pieces working. It's all about the attack on this square, g2. If black can ever break through on that square, he will deliver checkmate. But white is still a pawn up, and rooks are about to be traded. Magnus, is he guiding this to safety? 5 seconds. He made that last move with just 2 seconds left.
I mean,
brinksmanship here.
He's got 8 seconds. I didn't realise how short a time he is. So this is getting very, very critical now.
Yeah.
I mean, it still seems like white should be holding this, but can Magnus now move his queen into the position? He can't because the knight is attacked. He's
look at the bar!
He's blundered. He's just blundered the knight.
Are we heading to Armageddon?
I think we are. 1 second for Magnus. He moved there with less than 1 second on his clock. He's forgotten about this check. This is the key. The killer picking up another pawn with check, only then going for the black knight. And white will be 2 pawns up in this queen endgame. He is winning now, Firouzja. It's all about technique. If he's calm, if he can control his nerves, he's winning. But he's 2 pawns up. On both sides of the board, he has a pawn majority. It should just be a matter of time. Magnus needs a miracle.
Incredible comeback.
2 pawns up, and that should be enough, right? I mean, but it is very short a time, and that means if Alireza does win this game, we're going to get Armageddon. This move,
this is
a killer,
lovely.
Absolute killer. That pawn's going to become a queen. You can see it. Magnus has got his head in his hands there. I think he's going to have to resign very shortly, and we're going to get more chess.
Is this when we bring this up, Simon?
Yeah.
It is, yeah. I think it's about time.
And look at that.
Yeah,
the queen
it's
centralizes itself, and now the white pawn can advance. The white king is safe as houses there on h2. It is just going to be a masterclass in queen and pawn endings from Alireza Firouzja, even playing with 7 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing. He can take his sweet time about it. Magnus has no easy moves. Meanwhile, white just needs to prevent any checks against his king while combining it with promoting his pawn. First, he'll give a check. Maybe he'll even take a pawn on d4 in the next few moves. But, OK, he's still making it hard, Magnus, here. How does white prevent any checks along this diagonal? How does white activate his queen to help his pawn promote? OK, he hasn't made much progress.
Oh, what's happening?
Whoa.
What's happening now? This is
gone passive.
Crazy ridiculous. I mean, these queen and pawn endings notoriously hard, but I think he's just gone too passive.
No, you can take the pawn.
What is he doing? The nerves are kicking in for Alireza here. He could have gone for it. He could have tried to promote his pawn quickly. He's taken a time out, and suddenly he's walking forward with his king, but this is not in the safe direction. Oh, it still looks borderline winning, but there is a way for Magnus Carlsen to draw. How's he going to do it? He can give a check. He can go back with the black queen. White's queen is paralysed here. She cannot support her pawn and defend her king at the same time. Second time we've seen this position. Alireza has to play for the win.
He has to come forwards here, but does Magnus have a perpetual check? He just needs to keep checking the king now. Is there any way that king can escape? The black queen seems to be far too active here, and the white king is just running around. Look at this. Magnus not sure what to do. He's only got 9 seconds. It's so tense. These endings, forget about the evaluation bar. They're so hard to work out.
1 second.
He's got to move.
And he does.
But what about, can you queen here? What's happening here?
He's threatening to skewer the white king and queen. He wants to go queen h2 check.
He's got a knight.
Whoa, he promotes to a knight under promotion, defending the white queen. That is genius. And now the white king is going to run.
That is a ridiculous move. Absolutely ridiculous. And why check there? Why did he check there? Why didn't he check on E3? He could have checked on E3 and taken on D3.
And Magnus
I don't
himself doesn't understand it.
He could have checked.
He's making those moves. Oh.
But he could have just taken, OK,
But now suddenly the knight has disappeared. But, oh, my goodness me.
Is Alireza winning again?
He is winning again.
Hold your breath, because this could still go either way. Magnus is going to give a bunch of checks if he can. OK, first he goes to the corner. The problem is the black king's just caught in no man's land. It's going to get checked. The pawns are going to run.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus is so annoyed with himself, and I just don't understand. I mean, he's had no time. It's the clock. The clock is what has just completely destroyed him in this game.
Yeah, the pawn is running, and the white queen beautifully centralised. She's going to help block any incoming checks. It's going to still be a 100-move game. This is still going to be a grind. It's going to take an age. But Firouzja should be winning. In practical terms, you can never defend these.
No. I mean, with one pawn, it's hard enough, but with two pawns, it's impossible. But we have said that before. Today, we even got the you got to resign T-shirt out, but it's you know, he had a chance to save it. Is ridiculous, and I mean, this is the way you win this. You always have some kind of block with the queen to stop the checks and a cross check, and that's what White's going to probably do at some point.
And I'm expecting that now, but no, he steps the king forward to h6. No more checks for the black queen.
Really clever. No checks there. The white A pawn is actually irrelevant. That would just be a distraction. It's all about the white D pawn running.
You can push that pawn now.
Yeah. Or now, maybe? Sooner or later, you've got to start pushing your pawns. The black king's running over. Firouzja, his play feels nervy, and understandably, with such high stakes. But finally, he goes for it. The pawn is running. 10, 11 seconds there for Firouzja should be enough now. Just keep pushing. It's a simple plan.
Yeah, I mean, you've always got to be careful of these checks. So you push the pawn, and now the black queen can come in and check. Okay, but he's grabbed one pawn, but that pawn is 2 squares from queening. It looks to be far too strong here.
Yeah, black's king, you actually want it. It's counterintuitive. You want it as far away as possible, because now you're going to get caught in the crossfire with some cross checks. As they say, this check might be blocked by the white queen. There we go. And the black king wants to be further away, but there we see his mistake.
What's happening here?
God.
Oh, these are so hard, these endings, though.
I
They're
have
so
the
hard.
table base, and table saying that the only way to draw was to put the king on the d5 square, but now it is a win for white.
Because of the cross checks again, you can't check because the check on f7, the queen's come off, and the evaluation. But these are the hardest endings because computers can work them out so quickly. But for humans, it's nearly impossible to work out the right place for the queen, especially with no time on the clock. I think it's, as you said, David, just the practicality of defending this is really hard. But it's a draw again now.
Now the black king's going around.
Oh, he's gone the wrong way. He could have come nearer to the pawn there.
He needed to go around. He needed to go back via b5 and then c6 towards the white pawn. Yeah. But he's doing what he should do in terms of textbook chess. We study kind of these queen and pawn endgames in books, and they always say, bring the king as far away as possible. That was the exception. He needed to actually go closer to the pawn, and the reason the black king's in the corner now is because he won't get checked too many times. Also, stalemate ideas. Watch out for those. For example, black could play queen to b3 there, trying to play for stalemates. And yeah,
King d5 would have been the only move, right? So yeah, that was a very nice trick there.
Is it still nervy for Firouzja, would you say?
Yeah, it's very nervy, very nervy. You can definitely tell that in his play here, and he's just got to find a safe place for his king, and if he can do that, he can push the pawn. But I mean, I wouldn't even notice as winning now without the bar, because the black king has found itself in quite a safe place.
Well, the last pawn move was on move 81.
Plus 50.
So
1-3-1.
Still a long way to go.
Yeah.
But bear this in mind, because as the players tick down and they get nervous, then inaccuracies will happen. Yeah. And maybe Magnus can claim a 50-move rule.
Okay, and the pawn is ready to push next move. It's guaranteed now. There's no more checks. He needed to hold out until move 131 without allowing the pawn to step forward. But then the counter resets. The 50-move rule is obliterated there. We start again, and Magnus needs to survive. Not allow another queen to appear on the board, but there were no checks there. He's pinning the pawn. He's living right on the edge.
Yeah, the black queen is just too passive. The way you want to try win these positions is keep your queen in the middle, because if the queen in the middle, you control more squares, and white's queen is just controlling so many more squares than the black one, and that D pawn is so close to queening now. I keep thinking Magnus is going to resign, though. I did about 50 moves ago, and he keeps finding some resource to play on here. Pinning the pawn now, and white just guarding against that.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing here for Firouzja is you can just go round and round and round. Eventually, you find the right configuration and you make a new queen. And this is clever. If any checks appeared on the H-file, white's queen would have blocked. Note how the black king is actually on a vulnerable diagonal as well. You cannot now, for example, check on the H-file because the queen H7 check and the queens would come off. White would win. So he's trying to defend from afar, but now with some zigzags, you can inch closer with the white queen, check, check, and eventually you cover the promotion square of your pawn. This should be game over now.
Yeah, couple of checks here, and I think it's going to be
Armageddon time.
It's going to be Armageddon, yeah. We're going to get it. So I think Magnus is going to be so annoyed with this game because he had many chances. Quite a nervy game, this one. You can see that the tension is very high. I mean, it's been a roller coaster of sort of up and downs here, and they both had chances, but in the end, defending was just a bit too hard. He's still got to win it. What move are we on now? 440?
Yeah.
It's like
8,036.
Yeah, it's 4 in the morning, and yeah, I mean, it must be 100 and something now.
121.
121. Wow.
This might be the last few moves, though, because I think if the White King just, okay, I was going to say slides across one square, but he's going to find safety soon, and the White Pawn should promote. This might be the clincher. You cannot give any checks because, remember, the block and the hit on the Black King. Okay, now the Queen's behind the Pawn. Pawn is pinned, you can't promote, but the White King's going to run to safety.
Still a bit nervy, it seems, with the White... Yeah, but it's so hard to know. Where do you put your King to escape the checks?
He could have put it in the corner on H8.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ivanka. That might just have been winning. And Magnus Carlsen, I've seen it before. There was a famous game against Grigorians.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah, there's nothing to be done here. Yeah,
some stalemates, I was going to say. He's saved some stalemates before, but the Black King is not trapped in the corner. He's trying to check. Don't take the Queen. It's poisoned. That would be stalemate and a draw. Yeah. The problem is you don't have to take the Queen. And Magnus, he's going to resign. 2 queens are better than 1.
It's over. And this means, everyone, we will see Armageddon to decide this match in the grand final in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. An amazing comeback by Alireza Firouzja to win Game 4 in a must-win situation. How impressed, Simon, are you with the 20-year-old?
Very impressive. I mean, he just kept on going and going there. And, you know, Magnus obviously had some chances, but he just kept the pressure up. And that was key in that match. And, yeah, it's going to be a really exciting Armageddon game now. Really exciting.
And it was a long, drawn-out endgame as well that Alireza won. So Alireza will be feeling elated. For Magnus, it's just an exercise in frustration. He knows that he shouldn't have gotten to this point, but we are going to be treated to an Armageddon. And I'm dying to know who has picked the black pieces.
Yeah. We will be excited to see the bids. But first, David, what a game. Take us through the highlights here.
What a game. A roller coaster full of ups and downs there. But congratulations to Alireza Firouzja for fighting back and taking it. A real clutch victory. It was this one moment where he actually confused Magnus Carlsen and managed to confirm that winning Queen and Pawn endgame. And it was here, after Magnus played the really sneaky move, Queen to E2. If Firouzja here had promoted to a Queen, the idea was to skewer the White King to the White Queen afterwards. And when the White King sidesteps, we would have seen a drawn endgame. Instead, Firouzja played the really ingenious move, Knight promotion here. Pawn to C8, under-promoting to a Knight, defending the Queen. And as we saw a bit later on, the Knight did eventually drop, but White was able to win with the extra D-pawn. Crazy game, but Firouzja took it.
Incredible stuff. And that means the grand final could be now decided with an Armageddon game, winning 1 game each. Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja, they tied their match, and Armageddon. It's coming up in a few minutes, you guys. Here first is a break.
Look at the clock. I don't think Alireza has enough time to convert this advantage.
He's beating! Oh my goodness! This guy is unreal! Firouzja, relax!
Say Magnus needs to win. Chad, will he do it, Chad? Is Magnus gonna win or not?
And this position looks really good for Black as he steals a pawn in the center.
This is the moment of truth here, Chad. Will Magnus?
Oh, he's made it.
Go to the lose. Oh,
he's made it.
I can't even say nothing.
It's done. Firouzja.
Woo!
That's game. That's match.
Fire on fire!
You see the gentlemanly clap, and Firouzja, he doesn't even celebrate.
Magnus Carlsen still has that edge, right? That made him the GOAT and got him to be the best player in the world, the highest rated player in history. But now things have turned around, and Firouzja's got attacked. Magnus is like unbelievable there.
Oh my goodness. Bishop takes H3 with mate on H2. That's a win for Magnus.
Magnus has already won a match today. He's looking fresh, feeling fresh in his home environment.
The lead on the clock for Magnus, I think that might even be the worst part of this. Not only are there 2 passed pawns supported by Bishop, and then the king. Whoa, he
10
resigned?
seconds early, and Firouzja leans back, and Magnus is celebrating.
Yeah, that's it. Magnus moves on to the grand final, and he's dancing into a matchup against Hikaru Nakamura.
It was super exciting when Magnus and Alireza played the Bullet Chess Championship, and some more excitement is coming up with Armageddon between these 2 incredible chess players. Another incredible chess player is 8-year-old Bodana. We have been getting to know her during this Generation Cup, and here is the story of an incredible young girl who is very good at chess.
We're here for a special event. Bodana is going to give a clock simmel against 6 of Harrow Chess Club's finest.
I'm going to try to win all the games. When one of my dad's friends was throwing away some things, I started asking about some pieces, and then I said that I wanted to take them away, but then my dad said we needed them, and then he taught me how to play. I liked that I could win games and more trophies, and also I could go to more countries and make more friends.
When I first met her at this Blitz tournament, yes, she won this ending. Obviously this should be drawn. But she won this, and I thought, heavens, that's something I'd hoped to do in a Blitz game just by playing and playing. I'm just impressed by this. And I thought, this is really fantastic that this young girl can play this well. I don't know at what stage it actually becomes winning. It's already very, very unpleasant at this point.
These 2 I got at my first international tournament in Serbia. There's another 3 somewhere here which I got in Greece, but I'm not sure where they are because there's so many of them. I quite liked this one because straight after I got it, I started trying to break it off because this part kind of breaks off it.
Her thing is positional grinding, and she is pretty scary at that.
Knight f6.
Good. And she's very good at rook endings, actually, really in the same ballpark as you know, proper international players.
And checkmate. Well done. You spotted the queen sacrifice immediately. Did it just come to your mind?
Yeah.
I'm impressed. You're getting them all. I thought that would be tough, but no.
My dad doesn't really want to play against me now. I think he doesn't want to get beaten. We haven't played for a long time, so I think I would beat him though.
So well played. You played a good game.
My goal is to become the youngest GM in the world, or if not, then the youngest GM in UK. After that, I want to play in the World Championships and get World Champion. I think it will be hard, but I still think I can do it.
It's a perfectly reasonable ambition. She understands she's the best of her age in the world at the moment, so why shouldn't she carry on being? I hope she becomes a sort of very strong player indeed.
The final score was Bodana 5 points, Harrow Chess Club 1 point.
I have 2 twin sisters. Whenever I try to teach them, they just run away. I started when I was 5.5, and I keep shouting at them saying, you don't even play chess yet.
Looking at this young girl, I guess there is no doubt the future is bright for chess, Ivanka.
No, I mean, it's really bright. I'm especially excited for English chess as well, because I'm also hoping that her success can also kickstart a new generation of young girls coming in from England and just taking over the world.
Yeah. Basically,
yeah.
And the future is looking bright for Alireza Firouzja as well. He's only 20 years old, and here he is playing a big match against Magnus Carlsen. He has been able to make a big comeback. First of all, how impressed are you with that, David, that he was able to make that comeback in that must-win situation?
Yeah, so many impressive factors. First, he found an opening that Magnus was uncomfortable with, unfamiliar with, which is hard enough in itself. Then the middle game, he managed to spin it in his favour. He won a pawn. That creative under-promotion, promoting to a knight in chess, happens once in 1,000 games. And he found the right moment and the finishing technique. All of it put together shows why he's so classy.
Yeah, and right now, everyone, we are waiting for the bids from Magnus and Alireza. The lowest bid can decide colors, probably will choose to play with the black pieces. The player with the white pieces has to win the game to win the match. What do you expect now, Simon, when it comes to the bidding?
I think Alireza will want to have white because he's really causing Magnus a lot of problems with the white pieces. So I don't think the bid will be too low from him. I reckon let's go 13.5 minutes.
Okay.
So that's what I'm reckoning, 13.5.
So how about Magnus? Do you expect he wants the black pieces?
I reckon he'd be happy to have black as well, but let's say 13. And
13 for Magnus.
40, yeah.
Wow, that's high, Simon. I was expecting 8-9 minutes.
Yeah.
That tends to be Magnus's average, around 8.5 maybe. I think he'd be okay with black as long as he had enough time. So I'll say 9 and a bit.
And the bids are in. Let's take a look at the bids for the Armageddon. Magnus Carlsen against Alireza Firouzja in the big final. 8 minutes, 56 seconds for Magnus Carlsen, 9 minutes, 10 seconds for Firouzja. That means Magnus Carlsen chooses colors. Do you think that is very low, Joanka, or around what you expected?
Well, I kind of expected Magnus to go around that because I remember him and Hikaru were doing some crazy bids. But yeah, Magnus is confident with the black pieces. So it's going to be interesting. Alireza, if he plays with the white pieces, has to win on demand again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And with 15 minutes, because he will have 15 minutes with the white pieces, how difficult will that even be for Magnus with 8 minutes, 56 seconds?
It's going to be a real challenge for Magnus, especially if Alireza can play like he did in that last game. Both players have struck with white. That will boost Firouzja's confidence now. And I think this is a real 50-50. Could go either way. Too hard to call.
Going to be another must-win then for Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces. And 15 minutes on the clock. Magnus Carlsen going as low as 8 minutes, 56 seconds. I think he's opened a window. Magnus getting ready after losing game 4. And here comes the 20-year-old, the new generation Alireza Firouzja, feeling confident and winning game 4. Is that momentum change important for him now?
Yes, surely. And as long as he starts fast, I think that's the main thing. Armageddon, we've seen it a few times throughout this tournament, and if you can keep your lead on the clock, you will get chances no matter what. And it's a repeat. It's the exact same opening, and Magnus raises his eyebrows. He's like, how dare you do that to me twice? Okay, this time he's come ready. He plays the move A6. That's not what we saw earlier. And a double fianchetto, pushing both the G and B pawns forward. White's bishops are going to line up on the longest possible diagonals. Interesting play. He's playing a slower approach. Either you attack in the Armageddon or you keep the tension and try to win on the clock. And Firouzja's maybe mixing, matching, doing both.
Remember, there is no increment in this game. Magnus Carlsen, with a win or a draw, will be the winner of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. If Alireza Firouzja wins this game, he will take it to a grand final reset with best out of 2 games. It's now or never for Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, and we want to see more chess, of course. But Firouzja, he still needs to win this game first. And at least in terms of opening, it's much healthier from Magnus. No king problems. The last thing you want in Armageddon chess is to be facing an attack like he was in the last game with a king stranded in the center. Both sides have developed very naturally.
I think Magnus will be a lot happier in this game than the last game he had in the same opening because, well, look at his king. He's managed to castle it for a start, which is a big improvement. And this is more positional by nature compared to that game because it was all that last game was all about keeping the tempo up from Alireza's perspective and stopping black from castling. This position is going to revolve around the center. And you can see white putting pressure on that and possibly a weak black pawn in the center. So definitely more positional this game.
But do you think Magnus will be comfortable playing with that weak pawn?
I think so. I think he plays these positions quite a lot, and this is where having the draw in hand is very handy because isolated pawn positions, they often give the person playing against them, white in this case, the advantage. The black pawn in the middle, if you're not sure what isolate pawn is weak. It can't be defended by another pawn there. But they often end up going to a draw with correct defence. So I think he'd be quite happy with this, Magnus, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree, Simon. I've seen too many games where Magnus takes the isolated queen's pawn as black, this pawn on d5. He trades off the right assortment of pieces. He's left with one weakness, but one weakness is not enough for the opponent to win the game. And I've spoken to him about it a few times as well. He's very confident in these positions. He's not worried at all about the structural defects here. And this last move also really nice in terms of breaking the white coordination. The white queen was sitting pretty, defending her knight in the center of the board, but now she's been hit. Either you have to move her to some really awkward squares, or you have to block this attack from the bishop, from the black bishop against the white queen, and that's not pleasant either. Really tough choice. And Firouzja slowed down. The 6-minute time advantage that he had at the start of the game has now become under 5 minutes, and I think he really needs to up that pace again if he wants to win this game. Magnus has done a good job, only investing 1 minute to this point so far.
Yep.
Yeah, he has done a great job. And Alireza using the time on the clock, and there we see him retreat the knight. I didn't quite like this move because it was self-pinning.
It's very passive.
And it felt like it was a little bit loose. And I'm just, if I were Magnus, I would be just thinking about either stepping the queen forward or this one, which one I preferred, just to introduce the rook to the open lines.
Yeah, really awkward move. I guess this is the first sign we've seen from Firouzja that he's desperate in this must-win situation for the full point. This kind of knight retreat that he's gone for, it's last resort type of thing. It's basically if you see no other attractive options, maybe he thought others would lead to simplifications, trades and a draw. So he's put his knight on a bad square. Now he's blocked in white's light squared bishop.
He's breaking the rules here. You can't do that. And also take a look at the white king. It's on an open diagonal. I just feel like, and then the bishop now comes to a loose square.
Loose pieces drop off. This feels really vulnerable and really kind of edgy from Firouzja, not in a good way. Okay, how does black take advantage there?
Thinking, push the pawn, push the b pawn forward and attack. Is that possible, or is there some...
Attacking that white knight on the edge?
Yeah.
Makes sense. He needs to move Magnus, though. He's spent 30 seconds on this move, and that's too long in Armageddon chess, especially when there's no real calculation to be done. It's just about feeling, piece placement.
You don't get extra time. This is such a key thing. So he has gone for your move, Ivanka, and the problem is that this time ticking down, you can get flagged a lot, and Alireza's very quick when he wants to be. But good move here. I like this move. I like the way that Magnus is playing aggressive, giving himself this isolate pawn, but he's keeping up the activity, and white has the decision now to make where that knight goes into. It has two tempting squares there, David, I guess, going into b6 or c5, both of those dart squares.
Yeah, the knight could also retreat, but no real tempting options there. Firouzja wants to jump forward with this knight, but there might be tactics. White's pieces are so loose right now, especially the white dart squared bishop sitting kind of stared down by the black rook indirectly right now. Watch out for the black bishop to jump out the way at the right moment and unleash an discovered attack.
It's actually really tricky because where'd you go? I mean, like, if you go to b2, there's also bishop a3. So maybe this is one of the only squares which is reasonably safe here, but the white pieces are lacking harmony here. If you could put the pawn on f3, back on f2 where the light square bishop is going, then great. But Magnus just improving each move. Looking good for Magnus so far, but not on the clock.
Yeah, and Alireza will have to go on full-on calculation mode as he had to anticipate black pawn stepping forward. And Magnus responding quickly with the bishop coming to a3. The bishop is threatening to come to b2. And once again, Alireza is being asked questions.
Big trouble for Alireza on the board. Simply, he's got no coordination. Look at white's pieces. We talked about traffic jam earlier in the day. The white pieces around the white king, they keep the king safe, but they're not active. They're just passive. They're stuck. And there's holes, meanwhile, on the other flank. That's why Magnus has invaded now. This black dark square bishop, as Ivanka's pointing out here, is creating some threats. Black's pawns as well in the center, holding the space, holding the territory here. White has no attractive moves, no active moves. You can't grab this isolated queen's pawn, black's pawn in the center of the board with the white knight because the other white knight would be hanging there. And look at this. Magnus is just saying, I'm going to keep coming forward, keep pouring forward. Evaluation bar says maybe there were better moves, but this looks really beautiful. You've locked down this flank now. The queen side is black's, and Alireza needs to fight back.
Yeah. And Magnus's pieces are threatening to spring forward because the light square bishop is also threatening to mobilize to f5 and hit at the c2 point. And white's pieces are just in a cluster. They're not doing anything there on the right side of the board.
Yeah, the 6-minute time advantage he started the game with Firouzja, it's now 3 minutes. It's been halved. And already momentum on black side. I think that's only going to increase that pattern.
I think he's got to keep playing quickly, Alireza here. If he can keep playing at a decent pace, when I say quickly, obviously take a bit of time to think, then he keeps chances alive because the position, all the pieces are on the board. It's not that bad for white at all. Black's pieces are a bit better, but it's still okay. And you're going to get some chances at some point. Maybe just move the queen up one square, play a logical move like that, connect the rooks. Connecting the rooks is a very good idea because you want to use your rooks to get into the game, into the middle, something along those lines. But I think he's got to keep the pace up. He doesn't want to get down to an equal situation on time and have a slightly worse position.
Yeah, and Magnus made a bit of a face there. He was like, oof, you're still thinking? Come on, speed up. And queen d2, Simon, I like it. Move the white queen. You could play the move g4, start pushing pawns, do something towards the black king, take away squares. You have to just decide.
Yeah.
For better or worse, no tempting options here. You just have to kind of trust your instincts. And
I like your g4 because it is a must-win game. Why not? You take away the f5 square for the bishop and you push the pawns on the king side, basically. I like that idea. You know, this is kind of Alireza's style as well, attack. So what's he going to play? He spent a lot of time here.
Yeah. And
that must be so uncomfortable. You know you have to play fast. You know you have to speed up.
It's frozen.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's made his move.
Oh, is that a blunder?
And you can just see the evaluation bar just zoom all the way down in black's favour.
I mean, I think bishop f5 is just a move, very logical move here.
Yeah, let's show this. This is a big mistake. Wow, the computer says there's something even stronger. Wow. Bishop to f5 looks very good, hitting this pawn, but the whole idea is that the white knight would counterattack against this bishop and keep the game going. Black's still better, but minimizing the damage. The winning move here on the spot, +5 advantage for Magnus if he finds it, is pawn to d4, taking away that square from the white knight. You cannot take it with, he doesn't find it. You can't take it with the knight now because the other knight would be hanging on c3. This would lose a piece after the rook takes here. But if you take with another piece, for example, the bishop, only now bishop f5 would have won the game on the spot, crashing in on c2. Magnus doesn't see it, but still in the driver's seat. Pawn to h5 can't be a bad move. Maybe trying to loosen up the white king side over here.
Stopping g4 as well, and just gaining a bit more space.
Well, Firouzja did spend a lot of time before he made that rook move. Could there be some sort of a trap he wants to set here?
I think he just missed that d4 pawn push. I think he was hoping for the black bishop to land on f5 so he could spring forward, knight d4, and at least it's slightly messy.
But he's okay again now, right? Yeah. I mean, I say okay. it's still a game on. You know, he's not losing immediately. He's just worse here. But Magnus's time again. You know, look at it tick down. You don't get any extra time. If Magnus gets to 1 minute, no matter what the position is, he can get flagged. He can lose on time. So, and it's getting near that stage already now.
And we did see those images from the bullet chess championship between these two. They are quite good at bullet chess, both of them as well. But who would be the favorite if we're down to the minute?
Oof. I mean, they were taking, I mean, they were punching each other, they were hitting each other, striking, knocking lumps out of each other, trading blows there. It was so close.
I think they won one match each against each other in that. I think Alireza won the first one, and then they're so close, aren't they? They're just both brilliant bullet players. But Magnus simplifying things here by making an exchange?
Simplifying. It looks good, at least from a practical point of view. He's getting pieces off the board. He's temporarily sacrificed a knight as black to lure the white queen onto the c file, where she's stared down by a black rook, and now regaining the material next turn. This white knight will disappear on c3. And Magnus pausing. I'm not sure why. He's got to take that knight in Armageddon chess. You can't burn 10 seconds on a forced move. What else is he thinking about? He's got to take the piece. Yeah. There we go. He does eventually go for it. But, OK, still a 2 and a bit minute advantage for Firouzja. At least now the pawn structure is in balance. That's OK, he's really fighting back. Alireza here.
I would not write him off at all. I mean, again, black is better here because black's pieces have more space, more area to breathe. All of black's pieces better than white's pieces. But White is quite solid, and White has a sizable time advantage, and these things do count. There's no obvious way that Magnus can break through in this position.
But having said that, there is a big dilemma for Alireza on the board. He has to recapture that rook. Does he recapture it with a rook and allow black to retreat the bishop and pin the knight? Or is he capturing with a bishop, which does expose the king?
Are both of them tempting?
Well, they're not tempting. That's the whole point there. They're both unattractive in their own way. So, okay, so he does capture with a rook, and there we see Magnus step back with a bishop, and now the knight on c3 is pinned.
But you know what? At White's position, he's if he can get out of this pin, his pieces, his bishop in the middle of the board, they're starting to look quite nice for White. I mean, it's improving for Alireza, definitely. He's also always got a threat of taking the black knight, opening up Magnus's king.
Massive improvement from Alireza just over the last few moves. Magnus maybe not finding the killer blow. It's hard to in Armageddon when you're watching the clock. And, okay, he's curled up into a ball. He's defended everything. Magnus has traded off his beautiful bishop in order to win a pawn on a2. Okay, materialistic. Maybe this is the way to go. But still, anything can happen. The bishop pair for White have great potential. He needs something now, though, Alireza.
And, I mean, you got to just imagine White at some point going bishop takes knight. Black would have to recapture, and the black king is opened up. But fortunately, the white king is very weak as well on the first two ranks. There's a lot of air you can see going towards White's king. So black has counterattacks with his rook coming down the board to check the king. And this would be very tragic. A bishop coming in, adding to the firepower there. So that move you can't play now, but it's always there as a threat. Magnus taking another pawn. Wow, this is really now getting to the critical point.
Ooh, and Alireza pushes his pawns forward. This is just him taking risks in a must-win situation. That's not the move he wanted to play. If he was happy with the draw there, maybe he could have snapped off the black knight. The queens would have come off in a draw. But, okay, he's got to win here. And Magnus is forcing the queens off the board.
Great move there. Brilliant move. Love it.
Look at how he's going to trade queens now. There we go. Queens have been eliminated. It cost black a pawn, but he had two extra pawns anyway. Magnus is playing for the draw here. That's all he needs. And look at the clock. He's only 30 seconds down. He's a massive favourite to hold this.
But two bishops for White. There's some space advantage. It's still game on. Definitely Magnus is over the worst now. And there's some little tricks here. If you try to move your king upwards to get out of the pin, there's a pawn check. But, there's still chances here.
There's definitely still chances. White does have the ability to push forward with the pawns, and at the right time, if he can, then if he manages to release the light square bishop, then it's still very much going to be anyone's game, because black's king is in potential trouble. So that's how Alireza is thinking. Can he just step forward with the g-pawn?
Look at his time now. He's now caught and overtaken Magnus on the clock as well. That was the thing I was saying. You need to really keep that time advantage no matter what, because it gives you another way to win the game. If things start to go wrong, you can just play moves. You don't even have to play the best moves. Just play moves and win on the clock. But he's really sinking into a think here.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe Alireza has to activate his rook, put it on e7.
He has to do something. He has to do it something. Yeah, he has to do it quickly here, simply. If he had more time on the clock, if he still had a 2-minute time advantage, he could even trade rooks and play on that position forever and ever and ever, opposite colour bishops, whatever, just to try and win on the clock. But that option is gone. He will never win on time now, Alireza. He needs to win on the board. He's a pawn down.
He's a pawn down. He's got, okay, this the move that Ivanka recommended. Looks like a good try. You've got to try to get your pieces into the game. Magnus moves quickly. Magnus threatening to win a piece now with that bishop he just moved, coming down to add pressure to White's light square bishop. He can come all the way down. That light square bishop is pinned. So Alireza is threatened with quite a nasty move there. And he's got to find a way to deal with it. And look at the time as well. He's down 3 minutes now.
Yeah. But the problem, Simon and David, is that it's really difficult to deal with that threat of the bishop coming into f1. If you step back with the king, you're just going to get checked. And that's why Alireza's had to sound the retreat. But unfortunately, now it's the knight that's going to spring forward to the f4 square.
Black's piece is taking over here. I mean, I know White's got the two bishops, but the two bishops are really bad, especially the bishop by White's king. It can't move. It's in a pin. And that black knight, as you said, Ivanka, is just threatening to come and attack it again. You've also got an extra pawn. It's quite handy, isn't it, as well? So, yeah.
Alireza's body language is not positive right now. He knows that he's on the brink of elimination and he's come close. He's taken it to Armageddon, but how is he ever going to win this position? A pawn down, facing this pin on the second rank, the deadly pin there. His bishop's now getting kicked around the board. And Black has various ways to guide this game to safety, let alone, let him maybe even playing for the win if Magnus is feeling ambitious. First, I'm expecting him to maybe even lock down this king side. The second rank pin is not going to go away anytime soon. Black's A pawn could start running as well. The pass pawn, that's the side you have the extra pawn after all.
There's still some tiny hope for White, because White, if they manage to push the F pawn forward, can one day release that light square bishop. So I like your idea of locking everything down.
Yeah, it's a great move. I mean, there's always hope in Armageddon as well, isn't there? You always have a chance with the nerves on show.
Suddenly Magnus having this long think. We've seen it a few times, long think, wrong think. When Firouzja was tanking earlier, he made a mistake after investing a lot of time. Will Magnus do the same? Wow, he's jumped in with his knight.
Oh!
He's trying to go for the draw. He's not playing for the win here, Magnus Carlsen. He's just giving up his knight after the white rook takes. It's been lured away, and Simon's idea, black bishop jumping to F1, winning that pinned, there we go, winning that pinned white bishop. And notice how the remaining bishops on the board will be of opposite colour. So this one almost dead drawn now.
Yeah, I mean, unless your bishop gets in some trouble, but I don't think it does. I mean, yeah, this obviously should be a draw now. White's piece is slightly better, though, so White can try to get in, but opposite coloured bishops. I mean, these are notoriously drawn positions. I mean, the bishops, the reason they're so drawn is the bishops can never connect. They can never challenge each other, so they can keep passing each other in the wind there because they're on different coloured squares. So they always just drift by, meaning that they can't hit the same target. So a draw becomes very likely.
And whilst a draw might be likely, it's not the result that Alireza wants. And bearing in mind that if there's any side that is pushing for the win, it's going to be black with that extra pawn and the bishop attacking the h3 pawn there. And Magnus just ask a question to the c5 bishop. There is a check. The king can hide.
Oh, and he's going in. There's only one weak spot in Black's camp, and that is the pawn on the dark square on g7 next to Black king. He's going to try and hit it with his rook next move, but that can be easily guarded against. And Magnus can start trading off pawns if he needs to. A lot of time on the clock. Even without Black's A pawn, I think this is an easy draw for someone of Magnus's caliber.
You almost feel like the white king is on danger of getting checkmated if you can remove some of its escape squares.
He's been spending a lot of time, though, Magnus.
I mean, you're getting under 2 minutes now. This is where it just gets really random. You lose on time, no increment, you lose the game. And that's quite an aggressive move. He's checking the king.
But he's securing the draw, right? And now the rook is going to come down.
Checkmate.
Threaten of checkmate.
The rook. Harry. Yeah, with Harry and with the rook. H4. That'd be a very appropriate way to finish the match, I feel. Checkmate with Harry. And there it goes into the board. And he's now taking some pawns. And is there any way the black king can get in danger here? I mean, I don't see it. But the black king is a little bit short of squares, but you need to get the white king. The only chance now, I think, is for the white king to try to encroach on the black king's position and to get a checkmating net around it, or to win on time, or for Magnus's internet to go down, or for mouse slips. Yeah, or
seen it before.
That is true.
And Magnus here, if clock times were reversed, he might be starting to feel a bit panicky. But okay, he has paused here. He just needs to get all White's remaining pawns off the board and make sure he doesn't get checkmated. Those two things, either or, will guarantee the draw now. And how does he secure this?
But look at the clock. They're going to get under a minute, and they're playing very slowly. I mean, you can just flag. Yeah. These are times where you're going to get real tense finish to this, because in a moment, look at him. He's also saying, I think he's like, what am I doing? I'm spending far too long.
But now
it's a bullet game.
White has the chance to actually push the f pawn to f5 and create like some kind of attack on the black king.
Magnus here, he's banking on the black rook sliding behind the white king with a check, and there's some targets on the e-file pin.
Oh,
Oh, he's dropped
what's
back.
happened here, though?
Okay, but the H-pawn now surely can come forwards.
Yeah.
And that H-pawn is a couple of squares of queening, but they are playing so calm for under a minute now.
I know.
But this could be a killer. There's a big threat. H2, H1, queen. And I don't think there's any checkmate nets there. The only chance is to go F5, as you say, Jovanka. Bishop takes pawn. Maybe you could try that here. Push the pawn to F5, H2, bishop takes F6, threatening checkmate. Could be worth a try.
It's the only chance that White has. Otherwise, the H-pawn is just going to queen. And he's setting it up. And Magnus has to be careful. And Magnus is.
Now the Black King has some light squares to escape to. Magnus finally kind of makes a head movement and he knows he's winning. His pawn is soon going to promote. First, he gives a check. Okay, still a bit nervy here, but 22 seconds for Firouzja. It surely isn't enough to even complete this game.
I mean, yeah, but that was a nervy check there. They are so nervous in this match. You can see it. And the F-pawn coming forwards, but
he's given up his rook.
Wow.
He's given up his rook to try and promote the black F-pawn, but White's rook would then have to give itself up, and that would have been a draw. Magnus is going to win on the clock here. 12 seconds, 10 seconds now for Alireza. This one is over. Look, the pawn's about to promote.
Yeah.
He's going for checkmate, but this is forlorn.
Yeah.
Black Queen on the board now is going to win this game. Magnus, he's got it.
He's got it in the end. Wow, what a fight, though, that was. Amazing.
It's over. Magnus Carlsen, he takes it. This is the winner of the Julius Baer Generation Cup after an exciting final match here against Alireza Firouzja, who took it to Armageddon, but eventually Magnus Carlsen, he wins his third event in the Champions Chess Tour 2023 with a very exciting performance here and a good performance by Magnus. Jovanka, impressed by the world #1?
Yeah, I mean, he pulled it together, you know, because it must have been a really frustrating fourth game loss for Magnus, but comes to the Armageddon and he has his opening improvement ready and he just played as if he meant business. Yeah. Very impressive game.
It's been a battle of generations, Simon. Does Magnus prove that, well, his generation with him in the lead is still the best in the world?
The old guys are still doing well at the moment. So, yeah, but who knows how much longer that will last. I mean, Alireza was playing really good at moments during that match.
And we're joined by Magnus Carlsen, the winner of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Congrats, Magnus!
Thank you.
Intense final here, especially with that final rapid game and heading to Armageddon. How do you feel about how this day went for you?
Relief. It was not my day at all today. I think, to be honest, I was pretty lucky to even make it to the Armageddon. Unfortunately, I got a position that was pretty easy to play in the Armageddon, but my brain was not working today at all. I had a nice dinner with my family before I played, and even before that, I could feel that it was not working. But I guess especially after that, I was just dead. So I'm super relieved to have won the match. And I think that some days are good. Some days you gotta try and get through. And this was one of them. And I'm really happy that I did.
So do you think that is down to your experience then, that on a bad day where you feel drained, you are actually able to win it?
A little bit. I think it's mostly that even on bad days I can usually sort of compete. But yeah, it was tough. Maybe he could have pounced a bit earlier in the first rapid games. Could have been out for blood like a little more, especially in the first game. Like I had a terrible position and I had no time, so I think he had a great chance there. But yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, was this a day also then when Alireza didn't take the chances that you have to take if you're going to beat yourself in a match?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. That he needed to be even crisper than he was. Obviously, he's really strong, and on a day like this, he posed me a lot of problems. But in the critical moments, we're both kind of floundering a bit, and yeah, for him that was just about not enough.
Magnus, congratulations. Did you feel that Alireza did anything different from the last match? Could you tell that he maybe adopted a different strategy this time?
To be honest, I just think that I played worse. I think that was the main difference.
Yeah.
So, frankly, I didn't feel like anybody except Lazovic had a really good tournament from the others. So, yeah, Alireza was, I think, pretty good in his match against Wesley. Otherwise, I think he's played better in the past.
Yeah, this, congratulations, Magnus. I just wanted to ask you, did starting 2 hours later impact your routine?
Well, it meant that I had time to join my family for dinner, which was nice. Apart from that, not really. Like, I just woke up today, well, fairly late, but feeling really well rested, but also without much energy. And yeah, maybe I needed to change things up a bit today to get that energy. I was just hoping I would be able to get through it.
And the fact that you are feeling a little drained, Magnus, is it coming off a long World Cup, playing here in the Generation Cup? Do you need a break now? Is that what you feel?
Maybe a little bit. I am taking a break from tomorrow, so I'll be away for about a week.
And will that break include training, playing chess, or is it to get chess off your head?
Well, it wouldn't be a proper vacation without looking at any chess, because I love chess. It's like, it's been my biggest hobby as well as work for such a long time. So I'm not going to be completely away from it. For instance, the Speed Chess Championship is starting, so I'm going to be following that for sure. But I probably won't be playing much.
All right. And I also have to ask you, Magnus, this is second year in a row that you win the Julius Baer Generation Cup, proving that you are still the best in the world. When do you expect the next generation, with players like Firouzja, Gukesh, to take over?
It's kind of up to them really. Like, they have what it takes, but the final boss of chess is usually pretty tough.
All right.
And Magnus, after like winning everything that can be won, pretty much, how do you like stay motivated? Is it just your love of chess, or is there anything else you want to win?
Well, you can always win things again, no? But I think what I play for is days like my first game against Alireza, you know, Sicilians, feeling good, feeling the flow, and so on. I love playing, and I love the feeling of winning still. So that's enough for me.
And Magnus, it's been a big week for you. Of course, the highlight, though, is surely the release of a book. I think one of the co-authors in the studio. Any words about that one?
Yeah. Can I get a copy?
I'll send you one. Grind Like a Grandmaster, out now.
No, I'm looking forward to it. And
did you pick the title for that book, Magnus?
I think David is the one who came up with the title and the concepts. To be honest, like, he did most of the work for the course and all the work for the book. So he's the one who should be he's the one who should be praised, and he is the real Grandmaster.
Some beautiful words there for David. Magnus, big congratulations on another win, and enjoy your vacation.
Thank you so much, and good to have you back as well, Kaya.
Thank you. Thank you, Magnus. All right, he is the winner, Magnus Carlsen of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. And that was an incredible performance by him, losing only 2 games in this tournament. Today's match, Alireza Firouzja, losing Game 3, was able to make a great comeback in Game 4 to take it to Armageddon. But we do see Magnus getting 2 brilliancies in today, and the accuracy, 84%. What do you think about that?
I think that just reflected the complexity of the games, the nerves. We're used to maybe higher numbers from both players, but they entertained us, and that was the main thing.
Simon, how will you sum up the Julius Baer Generation Cup? What has impressed you? What do you feel about the battle between the generations?
It's been great all the way through. I did like those Sicilian games. I love that action, but other things that have been very impressive. Dennis, the young Dennis, 16 years old, played such great chess. I think he's going to be a real name and player to keep an eye on for the future. So he was a highlight as well this tournament.
Yeah, but Magnus Carlsen is the winner with some incredible play. And I hear rumors. We have some very nice stats here. Magnus Carlsen, the Julius Baer Generation Cup winner, overall event performance. Look at that. Wins with the black pieces, 4. Winning with Armageddon here, accuracy almost 90% throughout the tournament. Total moves played 950. What's your reaction to this, David?
Firstly, that's a lot of moves.
Yeah,
Magnus
I know.
will wish he got paid by the move here, but either way, impressive stuff in terms of accuracy, considering how many complicated games he had. Interesting that he's gone back to basics. We talk about Generation Cup. He's gone back to what he knows best. Playing e4, playing the Sicilian as black, his favorite openings there. But yeah, impressive stats either way.
Yeah, I was really impressed by the fact there's only been 1 Armageddon. So, I mean, I would have expected more. But anyhow, Magnus been very, very impressive. And I'm very impressed by his performance today because he said it, you know, he felt tired, he felt out of sorts, but still, he managed to beat Alireza in 1 game, in a very impressive game, I have to say, and also in the Armageddon. It made it look very clean.
I think there was that list of the top 3 players in the world, which I think it was Ajamata, a very famous YouTuber, said, and it was Magnus Carlsen, number 1. And then it was maybe Magnus when partying, number 2. Then number 3, it was a tired Magnus, I think. And so the list goes on. Even a tired Magnus Carlsen is a very dangerous Magnus Carlsen.
It feels we often talk about his motivation. Do you think Magnus Carlsen seems very motivated right now, David?
I mean, he seems happy. He was talking of his love of chess. I mean, if I was on holiday, I'm not sure I would be checking out the latest games, the latest opening developments, but he seems to be in a happy place right now, in the zone, still grinding out those results, even if he doesn't feel at his best. Long may that continue. I think the new generation as well, they want him to be at his best when they finally catch him. So, yeah, it's a good sign for the chess world.
Yeah. Definitely. And only 1 regular event remain in the Champions Chess Tour 2023. Magnus Carlsen is guaranteed a spot in the next event and also in the Tour finals in Toronto. 5 out of 8 spots have been taken, most recently with Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana qualifying, but 3 spots are still up for grabs. And Alireza Firouzja, well, he is qualified for that final 6th event, and he is 5 points behind Denis Lazovic. It's going to be a battle for those points in event 6 to make it to Toronto. Who do you hope and who do you think we're going to see there in Toronto, Ivanka?
I kind of hope that Alireza Firouzja and Denis Lazovic, because he's such an exciting talent, only 16 years old, will make it to Toronto. It's going to be exciting because what I love about this event is that you have the big play-ins where every Grandmaster is allowed to play in that, and it could be anyone, actually, if they have a great week, great day, being there in Toronto.
Yeah, and I think you've got to remember that Nepo's playing the next play-in as well, right? And well, he's such a great player. It's going to be very exciting. So yeah.
Yeah, Division 1 is going to be stacked. It's going to be a huge event. Remember, whoever wins that can still book their place in Toronto. At least 2 rating spots, therefore, 2 ranking spots on points. stakes are higher than ever, and we're closing in on the season finale. It's been a great year. It's going to get even better.
Yeah, it is. Only one regular event left before all roads lead to Toronto.
6 events, 8 players. We are nearing the end of the 2023 season, and the fight to secure a spot at the finals is definitely on. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and Nordibek Abdusattorov have already qualified through winning individual events. Plus, Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana punched their tickets with tour points. And now, only 3 spots remain. The finale will be played from December 9th to 16th in Toronto, Canada. Follow to see who will get a chance to fight for the 2023 Champions Chess Tour title.
It's going to be one of the most exciting events on the chess calendar in Toronto in December. And actually, you can get tickets to the tour finals by bidding on the Julius Baer Generation Cup trophy. Owning the trophy comes with tickets for the tour final, and you can submit your bids at chesschamps.io. And we also have to announce another winner. We had the quiz today, and the question today, the final question in the Julius Baer Generation Cup was, in 2006, Vishy Anand crossed 2,800 in rating as the 4th player in history. Who were the 3 other players who had achieved this at the time? Let's take a look at the answer.
Okay, Kasparov and Topalov.
Correct.
I'm very confident about those 2. Then I've put Kramnik because I know he did, but I think it might have been a bit later. I'll say Kramnik is my 3rd.
Okay, and you, Simon?
Okay, yeah, I've gone Kasparov and Topalov as well, and I did also go for Fischer, which is a bit back in the. It seemed logical. So he was a good player.
So one of you have all 3 correct.
It must be Kramnik. It's going to be Kramnik.
Unfortunately, Simon, 2,800 was just not.
It was a dream. It was a dream away in those days.
I think he got 2790.
Yeah, I mean
that's close. Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
But David, you got all 3 correct. You get 1 point, and you are the winner of the quiz. Congratulations.
Well done, Dave. Well done, Dave. Good work, Dave.
Thank you.
He knows his chess history, this man.
Time to go back to school.
Yeah. So.
It's been a good day for you, David. Winning the go-kart, winning the quiz.
What can I say? I'm lucky. I'm sorry, Simon. You'll get me next time.
I'm not sure if you technically won the go-karting because on the leaderboard I did the faster lap. And it said number 1, and we have evidence of that. But just to put that straight, you did. You won.
I'll give you that one, Simon.
No, you won. Well done.
So I guess David as well will win one of these great T-shirts. And let's take a look at who won the T-shirt from you guys at home. Answering Kasparov, Kramnik, and Topalov. SLK Chess is the winner and will receive Simon's You Resign Now T-shirt. This is super cool. It has not been worn by Simon Williams. I'm sorry. I bet you would prefer a worn T-shirt, but smells nice. You guys, it's been so much fun being back in the studio with you guys, learning about chess, enjoying some drama.
Hope you enjoyed it, Kyle. It's so good to have you back with us.
Been very fun. And still, one regular event left in the Champions Chess Tour 2023. It's starting in only 3 weeks, so we will be back very soon. It's been so much fun having you guys with us for the Julius Baer Generation Cup, and we'll see you soon again. Bye.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Okay.
What? Swapping queens when you're a pawn down. Suddenly it's game on.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, and Magnus leans forward. It's like he heard you there, David. That is a heartbreak for Firouzja. Magnus Carlsen wins. Oh, look at the bar!
He's blundered.
Are we heading to Armageddon?
I think we are.